Morning, Madam Court Reporter.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing well. Thanks for asking. Would you swear the witness, please, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Would you like me to read us on also with the read on about being remote or just?
Yes, he's going to read and sign.
Okay. All right, is everybody ready to go?
Morning. Sorry, I struggled to find the link for a minute.
Okay, we are on the record. Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
All right, here we go. Before we proceed, I will ask counsel to agree on the record that under the current national emergency pursuant to Section 319 of the Public Health Service Act, there is no objection to this deposition officer administering a binding oath to the witness by video conference remotely. One at a time, please state your name, the party you represent, and your agreement on the record.
James Potts here on behalf of the plaintiff, no objection.
Mike Rossetti on behalf of Trimac, no objection.
Matt Sessions on behalf of the deponent, Lance Hagler, no objection.
I'm Matthew Gettinger on behalf of Great West Casualty Company, no objection.
And Mr. Hagler, if you'll please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Hagler, would you state and spell your full name, please?
Lance Hagler, Lancehagler.
And your middle name?
Scott, Scott.
All right, so it's Lance Scott Hagler,
Yes, sir.
roughly 2014.
Yes, sir.
And you've been to Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
When was the last time you were in Atlanta?
Probably a year ago.
All right, so that would have been September 2021.
I'm not sure of the month. It would have been last year sometime, I believe.
All right, how many times were you in Atlanta in 2021?
I believe only once.
All right, and would that have been in January, February 2021?
I can't recall.
Did you fly from Texas to Atlanta?
Yes, I believe so.
And on what airline did you fly?
I don't remember.
You don't have any idea what airline it was?
I don't remember the exact airline.
What day of the week did you arrive?
I don't know.
What day of the week did you depart?
I don't know.
How long were you in Atlanta?
I don't remember.
Who bought your plane ticket?
Trimac,
What was the purpose of your trip?
a work visit.
Well, a work visit at the Fairburn location?
I believe I went to Fairburn, yes.
Did you make copies at Fairburn?
I don't remember making copies.
You scanned documents at Fairburn?
I don't remember scanning any documents.
All right, what was the purpose of your work-related trip to Trimac Fairburn in 2021?
A facility visit. I don't remember the details.
And the facility was a Fairburn facility?
Yes, and the Atlanta facility.
All right. And you don't have any idea why you were here last year?
Other than to make a facility visit, sir?
Yes.
I don't recall the reasoning.
All right. And you had an itinerary for that trip?
I don't have one with me. I don't believe I have an itinerary.
Well, so Trimac would have your transportation arrangements?
I don't know.
Well, you went on an airplane
Yes, sir.
and Trimac paid for your airplane tickets
Yes, sir.
and Trimac keeps receipts.
I don't know.
All right, what makes you think they don't keep a copy of an airline ticket for an employee making a site visit from Texas to Atlanta?
Object to form.
You may answer.
I don't know that they don't keep receipts. I'm just saying I don't know if they do or not, or how long they keep them.
Yes, sir. And thank you. You answered that question. My question was a little different. Madam Court Reporter, would you read back my question, please, ma'am?
The question was, all right, what makes you think they don't keep a copy of an airline ticket for an employee making a site visit from Texas to Atlanta?
Do you understand the question, Mr. Hagler?
Yes, sir.
All right. Answer that question.
My answer was not, I don't believe that Trimac doesn't keep receipts. My answer was, I don't know.
Yes, sir, but that wasn't my question. Would you like for the court reporter to read it again?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear all right on that, on your headphone?
Yes, sir.
All right. Would you like for her to read it again?
Yes, please.
All right. Would you listen carefully to the question? I'd like an answer to my question.
Okay.
The question was, all right, what makes you think they don't keep a copy of an airline ticket for an employee making a site visit from Texas to Atlanta?
I don't know.
Well, but I want to know any reason you have to believe that Trimac did not keep a receipt for a plane ticket they purchased for an employee you to travel to Atlanta. Give me all the reasons. I'm gonna make a list of all the reasons Trimac would not have those receipts.
Object to the form.
You may answer.
I don't know the reasons. I am not familiar with our record keeping of travel expenses and arrangements.
All right. So beyond a work-related visit, tell me what the purpose of the visit was.
I don't recall.
Last year, you don't recall.
I don't recall.
You recall it being in the winter?
I don't recall.
Do you recall it being in the summer?
I don't recall.
You don't have any idea what time of year it was?
I remember the sun was shining. I remember it wasn't particularly cold, but to say the time of year, I just don't recall right now.
All right. You recall being in the shop at the Fairburn facility?
Yes,
And you recall going up the steps to the storage area in the Fairburn facility?
I don't recall going up the steps in the shop facility in Fairburn.
It's your testimony under oath today that you never went up the steps in the Fairburn shop facility in your 2021 work visit.
I don't
Object to the-
remember.
Objection, misstates the witness's testimony.
Is that your testimony?
I don't recall going up the steps in 2021 in Fairburn.
Tell me all the portions of the Fairburn facility that you visited when you were in Atlanta in 2021.
Can you repeat the question again, sir, please?
Can you read it back, please, Madam Court Reporter?
While she's looking, let me ask you guys, is it loud all of a sudden?
No.
Okay, we have our AC is loud and I want to make sure it wasn't causing a distracting noise. Okay.
The last question
Yes,
was,
please.
tell me all the portions of the Fairburn facility that you visited while you were in Atlanta in 2021.
The shop, the truck line office, I believe the wash rack, and the grounds in general.
All right. And And tell me everyone you spoke with at the Fairburn facility when you were in Atlanta in 2021 for your work-related visit.
I remember speaking with Kelly Hess. Chad. I can't recall Chad's last name right now. I believe Jody, the shop manager. The trainer, Greg is his name. Those are the only names that I can remember.
You don't recall speaking to Ken Cooper on that visit?
I don't recall Ken being there.
That wasn't my question, sir. Please listen carefully to my questions. All right? Would you read back that question, please, Madam Court Reporter?
You don't recall speaking to Ken Cooper on that visit?
I don't recall speaking to Ken Cooper, no.
And you testified you don't recall him being at the Fairburn facility at all when you were there. Is that right?
Correct, I don't recall.
All right. And how many days did you spend at the Fairburn facility?
I don't remember.
All right. And you don't remember speaking to anyone else on that site visit, is that right?
Correct.
Tell me what areas of the shop you visited.
The general shop area where the bays are and the offices.
All right. And when you testified earlier about truck line offices, are those the offices you visited?
There are truck line offices and there are offices connected to the shop. So I visited both, sir.
You also visited the wash rack,
Yes, sir.
all three bays.
I don't recall which bays I went into.
Tell me why you visited the wash rack.
It's on the premises of the facility in Fairburn.
And what was the purpose of your trip? You said work, you testified a work-related visit several times. What was the purpose of your work-related visit?
Check to the form.
I don't recall the specifics of the visit.
Where would we find that?
I don't know.
Did you record what you do?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Sure. Would you read it back, please, Madam Court Reporter?
Do you record what you do?
Yes.
All right. And where is that recorded?
Object to form.
You may answer.
There's a lot of ways to record what we do.
I want to know about every record of that trip. You may begin. We've
I
got the
don't-
plane tickets, right?
I don't recall where the plane tickets are or if anybody keeps them.
Right. What else?
Specific records, I don't remember for this trip.
I didn't ask about specific records for this trip. I want to know about every record relating to this trip. You testified earlier about plane tickets. You took a public transportation, right? A commercial airline, not a private jet. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Object to form. It's a.
And they issued
object to
plane
form.
ticket?
Excuse me. I'm objecting to form. The previous question was a compound question.
Let me answer.
Can you repeat the question again, sir, please?
Would you read it back, please, Madam Court Reporter?
I didn't ask about specific records for this trip. I want to know about every record relating to this trip. You testified earlier about plane tickets. You took public transportation, right? You did not take a commercial airline, not a private jet. Is that right?
Object to form.
I don't recall what records may have been kept for the trip in 2021.
Use a landline and telephone when you were at Trimac Fairburn in 2021?
I don't remember.
Did you use your mobile telephone when you were in Atlanta on your Trimac work-related visit in 2021?
I don't remember.
Did you, you don't recall making any calls while you were there?
I don't remember.
You don't remember whether you made any calls?
I don't remember whether I made any calls.
Okay. But that would be included in your phone records, right?
Yes, sir.
And who's the carrier for your cell phone? And you did not bring your employment file here today?
No, sir.
You got the document request, so did you not?
Yes, sir.
And why didn't you bring your employment file?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Because, well, I want to know why you didn't bring it. We sent you a notice to produce. Right? Why didn't you bring it?
Correct. I didn't bring any documents here.
All right. And you're represented by a lawyer, is that right?
Yes, sir.
What's his name?
Matt Sessions.
All right. And you have a written fee agreement with him?
I don't know.
Have you paid him?
I haven't personally, sir.
You haven't paid him anything?
Not that I'm aware of. I have not paid him personally, sir.
Have you signed a fee agreement with Mr. Sessions or his firm?
I don't know.
Well, you don't know whether you signed an agreement to hire a lawyer?
No, I don't.
Okay. When was the first you met Mr. Sessions?
A few months ago
Where did you meet him?
on a video conference.
Zoom call?
I don't remember the carrier, but it was on video teleconference.
And who attended other than you and Mr. Sessions?
There were other attorneys present.
What were their names?
I believe Amanda Stevens.
Who else?
There were some other people in the meeting. I don't remember who they were.
And who introduced you to Matt Sessions?
I don't remember.
How did you get his name to employ him as your lawyer?
From our in-house legal counsel.
And who is that?
Poi Hong,
Spell that, please.
Puihong.
Mr. Hong gave you Mr. Sessions' name?
I don't recall how Mrs. Hong gave me his name, but she introduced us somehow.
And said, you've got a lawyer. Here's your lawyer. Is that right?
Not in those words.
And words similar to that effect.
I don't remember the exact words that she used or if it was an email communication.
Have you ever gotten a bill for that credit card?
I receive invoices.
Invoices.
I guess the better term would be a statement.
Right. And who pays the statement?
Trimac.
All right. Where do you receive the statement? At your home address?
My email, sir.
And have you ever paid one of those statements?
I have not personally paid one of those statements.
Yes, sir. And you've had that card for 8 years?
Not this exact card.
Or one like it?
I've had a company credit card for probably 7 or 7.5 years. I did not have one when I first started.
All right, and that's a company credit card, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that's why you don't pay the bill. Trimac does, right?
Yes, sir.
And other documents, I think you testified, you don't remember making any calls when you were in Atlanta on your business trip for Trimac in 2021, true?
I don't recall making calls.
All right. You don't recall sending or receiving any emails for the entirety of that trip as well, true?
I don't recall the specifics of my task while I
sir.
was there.
Listen carefully to my question, Mr. Hagler. It did not include the word specific or anything remotely akin to it. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Would you read back my question, Madam Court Reporter, the one prior to that last question? Mr. Hagler, please listen carefully and answer the question.
Yes, sir.
All right. You don't recall sending or receiving any emails for the entire time of that trip as well. True?
Entirety of your trip,
Entirety of your trip.
right?
I remember sending one email, sir.
All right. And who was that email to?
I don't remember.
Was it just someone at Trauma?
Yes, sir.
And what email address did you use to send it?
From my email address, sir? Is that your question?
Was it your Trimac email address or a different email address?
My Trimac email address, sir.
So for the entirety of your trip, you recall making no telephone calls and sending one email.
I don't recall making telephone calls, and I recall sending one email.
All right. And you don't recall who that email was to
Correct, sir.
or the nature of the email?
The nature of the email was about, you know what? I don't recall the nature of the email. I don't.
What time of day did you send the email?
In the afternoon.
Was it a weekday?
Yes, sir.
Remember what day of the week?
I don't remember.
How many weekends did you spend in Atlanta in 2021 on your Trimac work-related visits?
I don't remember spending any weekends in Atlanta in 2021.
So you're, as best as you can recall, you were in Atlanta 5 days or less, is that right?
Yes, that's fair.
And I believe you also testified, I've got, I think, 31, I don't know, so far in your deposition here today. We can verify that later, but you also testified, you don't know that you made any notes, or you don't recall making any notes for the entirety of that trip. I think you testified you don't recall making any calls, or you did make any calls to your knowledge. You sent one email for the entirety of that trip, and you don't recall making any notes regarding that trip. Is that right?
So I'm going to object to form and specifically that it's a compound question.
You may answer.
My answers were that that's what I could recall. What I told you, the one email is what I could recall. I don't remember other phone calls or anything else related to your questions.
All right. And you don't remember making any notes when you were here on your visit?
I don't remember
No.
making notes, no.
You didn't document anything in your computer regarding your visit?
I remember typing into my computer during the visit.
All right. And what software did you type into?
Microsoft Outlook
All right.
and Excel.
All right. What else?
That's what I remember.
And was that on a notebook computer?
It was on a laptop computer, sir.
All right. And who makes the laptop?
I don't remember what laptop it was at the time.
Do you not still have the laptop you had yesterday? You call it laptop or notebook? I think of a laptop as a much older, 4 inches thick, 18 inches across. You consider that? You consider like an 8.5 by 11, less than an inch thick. You call that a laptop computer?
Object to form.
You may answer.
I personally call anything with a keyboard a laptop.
Well, it's something that you can take off your desk, throw in a bag and go, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And your testimony is you don't still have that same computer, laptop computer?
At some point between 2021 and now, I have had a laptop replaced. The date in which I don't recall.
All right. And everything on that old machine is now on your new machine, right?
I don't know.
To form.
What about your, what you entered regarding your 2021 Atlanta visit? That's still on your machine, right? The new machine?
I don't know.
Did you delete it?
No, sir.
Well, why would it still be on your machine if you didn't delete it?
I don't know.
Well, where's your old machine, your last machine?
I turned it into Trimac IT personnel.
Did someone at Trimac delete what was on that machine?
I don't know.
Did someone at Trimac delete what was on that machine from your 2021 Atlanta visit?
I don't know.
You still have your emails going back to 2021?
I'll have some emails going back to 2021.
Have you deleted any emails regarding your visit to Atlanta in 2021?
I don't remember.
Well, why would you have deleted emails regarding your work-related visit to Atlanta in 2021?
I didn't say that I deleted anything. I'm saying I don't remember deleting anything.
Well, I think you testified you don't remember whether you deleted anything. Did you delete any or no?
I don't remember.
All right. And why would you have deleted any of them if you did?
I don't know.
How many days did you spend at the Trimac Fairburn facility?
I don't remember.
How many days did you spend at the Trimac Atlanta facility?
I don't remember.
You didn't create any sort of visit summary?
I don't remember.
You don't remember creating one?
Correct.
All right. And your purpose was to ensure the safety of the wash rock in Atlanta and Fairburn when you were here?
I don't remember the purpose of the visit other than it was a work site visit.
Well, you're the safety director for North America, right?
Yes, sir.
So your purpose would have been for safety, right?
I don't remember the purpose of the visit.
Well, you're the safety director, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Your title is the North American Director of Safety and Security at Trimac Transportation.
Yes, sir.
And so that's your role at Trimac, safety, right?
Yes, sir.
So why were you in Atlanta other than for safety?
I don't remember the reason why I went to Atlanta in 2021.
And you're not aware of any documents that would help with that?
I don't remember any, no, sir.
All right. You don't recall having any conversations with Ken Cooper when you were in Atlanta in 2021 for Trimac?
I don't remember meeting or speaking with Ken Cooper in 2021 in Atlanta.
And if he testified that he spoke with you about some documents at the Trimac Fairburn facility, and he did that under oath, that would be false?
Object to form.
You may answer.
Not necessarily, sir. I'm saying I don't remember the specifics of the visit in 2021.
So if he testified that he did remember and you don't know, you would defer to Ken Cooper's recollection.
I can't speak to his testimony. I can't speak to what he said. I can only speak to my recollection.
What documents have you reviewed in preparation for your deposition here today?
The notice of deposition, sir.
What else?
That's it, sir.
All right. And your current title at Trimac is the North American Director of Safety and Security at Trimac Transportation.
Yes, sir.
And you've had that title for how long?
Since 2016.
All right. And you began at Trimac in 2014, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what was your role between 2014 and 2016?
I was the U.S. Director of Safety and Security.
Mhm. And when you came to work at Trimac, what were you doing before?
Immediately before, I was a lean manager at a company named Conway Freight.
And before Conway Freight?
Sam's Club for
What
a
did you
very
do?
short period of time.
What did you do at Sam's Club?
I don't remember my title. I spent a short period of time.
I didn't ask you your
Working.
title, sir. What
Sure.
what did you do when you were at Sam's Club?
Stock shelves, things of that sort.
And what years were those?
It was for a few months in 2007.
2007?
Yeah, it may have been 2008.
All right. So you were at Conway from roughly 28 to 14, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you were at Sam's Club in 2007 or 8?
That's not the only thing I did in 2007, but I was at Sam's Club for a few months.
All right. What did you do before Sam's Club?
I worked for the Missouri Department of Transportation.
And what did you do at the Missouri Department of Transportation?
I was a transportation enforcement investigator.
Okay. And what did you do as a transportation enforcement investigator at the Missouri Department of Transportation?
I audited trucking companies.
And when did you leave the Missouri Department of Transportation?
2006 to 2007,
And why did you leave?
because I didn't like my job.
So you quit?
Yes, sir.
Is that the only reason you left?
Yes, sir.
You ever been terminated?
No, sir.
And then you went to work stocking shelves at Sam's Club?
For a short period of time. Yes, sir.
And then you went to work at Conway?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do at Conway from 2007 to 2014?
I had 3 different positions. I'm sorry, 4 different positions during that time.
Yes, sir. And what are those 4 different positions?
Regional safety manager, senior manager of safety compliance, director of safety, and then lean manager.
But the last one is a lien manager?
Lean manager. Yes, sir.
What is a lien manager?
Operations efficiency. It was not in the safety department.
Okay. And then you took the job at Trimac Transportation, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Why did you go from Conway to Trimac?
I wanted to come work for Trimac and get back into safety.
All right. And so you're charged with safety of Trimac Transportation in the United States, Canada, Mexico. Is that right?
We don't have any facilities in Mexico, sir.
So the United States and Canada, is that it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything south of the southern border of the United States?
Not that I know of, sir.
The US and Canada.
Yes, sir.
Do you belong to any organizations or committees?
Yes, sir.
And what are those committees?
The Safety and Security Council of the National Tank Truck Committee,
NTTC?
MTTC. Yes, sir.
All right, what else?
I'm a member of the North American Transportation Management Institute.
All right, what else?
That's all that I can recall.
All right, is Ken Cooper also a member of NTTC?
Yes, sir.
Is he on the board with you?
He is not on the same committee I am, sir.
Is he on any board there?
Not on a board. No, sir.
Any idea why he would hold himself out as being a board member at NTTC?
Object to form.
You may answer.
No, sir. I don't know.
Your understanding Ken Cooper is a member of NTTC only? Is that right?
I don't know the definition of a board member.
Yes, sir. Are you, no, I'm not. I'm just talking about a membership. You can have a membership in NTTC, right?
Yes, sir.
And how much does a membership cost?
I don't know.
Oh, do you remember how much you paid?
No, I don't.
Is it more or less than $25?
I don't know.
Are you aware of Ken Cooper holding any position other than as a paying member?
Ken is on some committee with NTTC.
All right. Anything else?
About what specifically, sir?
The NTTC.
That's all I'm aware of.
All right. And the National, what, North American Tanking Management, was that the other one?
North American Transportation Management Institute.
Transportation Management. Is Ken Cooper also a member with you there?
I don't know.
Has he sat on any boards with you?
Not outside of NTTC.
Do you know what Ken Cooper's educational background is?
No, sir.
Were you aware that he completed a single semester of undergrad?
No, sir.
Were you also aware that he lied about that on his LinkedIn and he said he completed 3 years of undergrad?
Object to form.
You may answer.
I don't know.
You were not aware of that.
I don't have any knowledge of that.
Were you aware that Mr. Cooper also misrepresented his educational background on his LinkedIn page? You have a LinkedIn page, right?
Object to form. To
You may answer.
Can you repeat the question again, sir?
Sure. Do you have a LinkedIn page?
Yes, sir.
Do you lie about your educational background on it?
No, sir.
You think it's appropriate to lie about your educational background on it?
Can you ask the question again?
Should you read it back, please, Madam Court Reporter?
Do you think it's appropriate to lie about your educational background?
On LinkedIn.
No, sir.
You think it's ever appropriate to lie about your educational background?
No, sir.
Have you had an employee that lied to you about his educational background before you hired him and you found out about it? What would you do?
I don't know. That's a hypothetical question, sir.
Yes, sir. I understand that. You don't know what you would do?
There's a lot of facets that go into there.
Uh-huh. Have you ever fired anyone for lying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that at Trimac?
No, sir.
Where was that?
Conway Freight.
All right. Have you fired anyone at Trimac?
Can you define what you mean by fire someone?
Terminating employment.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who have you terminated?
Bobby Coleman, Clint Moore, Amy Adair, Sean, I don't recall Sean's last name. Joseph Gomes, Bruce Powell.
Anyone else?
Not that I can remember.
Did you ever work with a Mr. Penley?
What's his full name?
It's just Mr. Penley. Do you recall Mr. Penley?
I do recall the Mr. Penley name. Yes, sir.
Do you recall Mr. Chastain?
Yes, sir.
Is Mr. Penley still employed at Trimac?
I don't know.
Why is he no longer employed at Trimac, if you know?
Check to the form.
I don't know if he is employed or no longer employed at Trimac.
Do you know where Jason Penley, does that ring a bell?
Jason Penley, no.
Derek Chastain. Is he still employed at Trimac?
No, sir.
Why not?
His position was eliminated.
Who eliminated his position?
Bobby Coleman terminated him directly
Why did Bobby Coleman terminate him?
because our department eliminated his position.
So you didn't terminate him, you terminated his position?
Well, he holds the position, so we eliminated the position, and in turn, he was terminated from employment.
All right, why was Bobby Coleman terminated?
We eliminated his position.
What about Sean, last name unknown? Why was he terminated?
His position was eliminated.
What about Amy Adair?
Her position location was moved.
What about Clint Moore?
His position was eliminated.
When were these folks terminated? What year?
Clint Moore was 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Amy Adair was 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Sean was 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Bruce Powell was 2022.
Okay.
Bobby Coleman was 2022.
And Joseph
Gomes.
Domes. What year?
2018 or 2019.
Why was he terminated?
Performance.
Were all these folks in the safety department?
Yes, sir.
Were any of them replaced?
Amy Adair's position was replaced in another location.
No one else was replaced?
Joseph Gomes was replaced.
With who?
Amy Adair.
And what's the new location for Amy Adair?
She no longer works here.
So Amy Adair replaced Joseph Domes, and now they're both gone.
Yes, sir.
How many people are in the safety department now?
$42, I believe.
And they all operate under your supervision, is that right?
No, sir.
How many are under your supervision?
Approximately 36 are under my supervision, sir. 35 or 36.
And what is your office address?
15333 John F. Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 800, Houston, Texas, 77032.
It's Trimac Transportation, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And the 36, what are the roles for those 36 folks?
Safety managers.
How many
Safety,
safety man- Go ahead.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question again, sir?
How many safety managers?
4.
All right, what else?
Safety specialists.
All right, how many?
30.
All right,
And then safety compliance coordinator, 1.
all right.
So I guess the number is 35. I said 35 or 36.
All right. And the safety compliance coordinator, who is that?
Her name is Diana Lee Fong,
Spell that, please.
DIANA LEPHUONG.
And what does she do?
DOT compliance.
All right. And 30 safety specialists,
Mhm.
what do they do?
They interact with our drivers, visit our facilities, and interact with frontline employees.
All right. And who's the safety specialist that visits the Atlanta facilities, Trimac, Fairburn and Trimac Atlanta?
Cornelius Cunningham. I'm sorry, Cornelius Fortson.
All right. Who else?
He is the safety specialist. Kelly Hess is the safety manager that oversees that facility.
And they're the ones that normally make work visits to Atlanta. Is that right?
Within the US, we also have a couple of other folks who might make a visit to Atlanta as well.
Who are they?
Gabriel Daigle.
Spell that, please.
I'm not sure how to spell Gabriel. Daigle is DAIGLE.
All right. Who else?
Umit Singh, UMIT SING.
All right. Who else?
That's it.
How many trips have you made to the Atlanta facilities, Atlanta and Fairburn, other than your one trip for a work visit in 2021?
Somewhere between 6 and 8.
And what years were those?
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and then 21 is the best of my knowledge.
And were all those trips about 5 days?
I don't remember.
And you didn't record anything about any of those visits, is that right?
I don't know what I recorded while I was there.
Yes, so I'm not asking whether you knew what you recorded. I'm asking whether you made a record of it. It seems to me that you would make a record of a 5-day visit as the North American Director of Safety and Security at Trimac Transportation. Doesn't it seem that way to you?
Objection to form.
You may answer.
I don't recall the duration of my visit, and I don't recall what I documented in my visits from 2014 to 2021.
When Cornelius Fortson, for instance, returns from a site visit to Atlanta, you ask him what he found?
Sometimes,
Does he prepare a report for you?
Sometimes.
That he doesn't always prepare a report?
No, sir.
That sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't?
Yes, sir.
Is he able to tell you what he did when he was in Atlanta?
I don't know.
I think we're into the 40s. And you have 4 safety managers. Who's the safety manager for the Atlanta facilities, Atlanta and Fairburn?
Kelly Hess.
And so why were you there in 2021 rather than either Mr. Fortson or Ms. Hess or Mr. Daigle?
Object to form.
You may answer.
I believe Mr. Hess was there as well.
All right. Who else?
That's all I can recall.
Mr. Hess is in the same group that you're in.
Yes, sir.
Think you might have a little better memory about what happened?
I don't know.
Now, your educational background, where'd you go to high school?
Springfield, Missouri.
And your undergrad is in sociology and crime and society, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And when did you graduate from undergrad?
2003.
And where did you go to undergrad?
At the time, it was called Southwest Missouri State. It's now Missouri State University.
All right. When you studied sociology and crime and society, did you take any chemistry courses?
No, sir.
Not one.
No, sir.
Did you have any chemistry courses in high school?
Yes, sir.
How many chemistry courses did you have in high school?
One or two. I don't recall exactly.
What year were you in high school when you took the 1 or 2 chemistry courses?
It would have been between,
Sophomore, junior, senior?
I would have been a sophomore, junior, or senior. Exactly which year, I can't recall.
No chemistry after that, right?
No, sir.
No education or training in chemistry since then, right?
No, sir.
And you don't have any training in medicine, right?
I've had CPR and first aid training, sir.
Yes, sir. You don't have any training in hematology?
No, sir.
You know what hematology is?
No, sir.
You don't have any training in oncology?
No, sir.
Do you know what oncology is?
Yes, sir.
What is oncology?
My understanding is oncology is the study of cancer.
And the treatment of patients that suffer from cancer. Do
Yes, sir.
you have any familiarity with people suffering from cancer?
Yes, sir.
Have you had the misfortune of having anyone die of cancer? Either someone close to you or a friend or family member?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry about that. Did you know Demetrius Phillips?
No, sir.
Did you know Clarence Glenn?
No, sir.
Did you? How many people are you aware? And you didn't know Jason Finley, right?
No, sir.
How many people are you aware of that have died working in truck tanks at Trimac?
Object to the form.
May I answer.
Can you repeat the question again, sir?
You mind reading that back, please, Madam Court Reporter?
How many people are you aware of that have died working in truck tanks at Trimac?
I'm only aware of one who has died working in a tank in Trimac.
All right, and that was in Louisiana.
Yes, sir.
And how many are you aware of employees that worked in the wash rack subsequently dying? Not in a truck tank, but dying.
I don't know.
Okay, how many are you aware of who have died of cancer?
I don't know.
Well, you're aware that you don't have any idea.
I believe that Demetrius Phillips died of cancer. Other than that, I don't know.
All right. Are you involved in the current OSHA investigation in Texas?
Yes, sir.
And that was a surprise visit?
No, sir.
You're saying that was an announced visit, Mr. Hagler?
No, sir.
OSHA?
No, sir.
That was an unannounced visit, right?
It was an unannounced visit. Yes, sir.
Then why did you just tell me it was not a surprise visit?
Because we reported an injury to OSHA, and it's not uncommon for them to respond if you report something to them.
And you associate, I'm talking about the current investigation of the wash racks.
Yes, sir.
What facility are you talking about in Texas where the investigation opened? Within the month?
I believe it's at our Bayport facility.
And you had an injury there in the wash rack?
I believe so, yes.
What was that injury?
I don't remember.
And your understanding is that's why OSHA is that facility?
Object to form.
You may answer.
No, sir. You asked if I was surprised that OSHA showed up, and I said I was not surprised because when we report an injury, it is not uncommon for them to show up. Exactly why they showed up, I don't know. That was my take on the situation.
Yeah, I didn't ask you whether you were surprised. I said, was it a surprise visit? You remember that?
I thought you asked me if I was surprised.
I did not. You clarified. I asked you whether it was an announced or an unannounced visit. You said it was an unannounced visit, right?
Yes, sir.
You had no idea they were coming. That's what it means by unannounced.
Unannounced, yes, sir.
OSHA did not warn you that they were coming.
Sometimes they call and let you know they will be there ahead of time.
Sir, did I say anything about sometimes? I'm talking about a current investigation. You don't remember a current investigation opened within the last month at a Trimac wash rack?
Object to the form. It states
may
its
answer.
testimony.
Can you clarify your question, sir? I'm getting a little lost on exactly what you're asking.
Well, do you want her to read it back for you?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Court Reporter.
I'll do my best. That one was a little fuzzy. There was a lot of
I
talking.
apologize.
Sir, I didn't say anything about sometimes. I'm talking about a current investigation. You don't remember a current investigation opened within the last month at a Trimac wash rack.
I do remember
In
a current.
Texas.
I do remember a current investigation opened at a Texas wash rack at Trimac. Yes, sir.
And when did that open?
last month sometime. It may have been at the end of September.
And what was the injury?
Object to the form.
I don't remember the injury.
You don't remember the injury. And you're saying the injury is what prompted the current open investigation of the wash rack?
Yes, sir.
And the injury was in the wash rack?
I believe so, sir. Yes,
Why do you believe so?
because that's what I recall. I don't recall the specifics.
And you're talking about LaPorte, right?
It's either LaPorte or Pasadena.
In addition to sociology, you studied crime and society, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You agree that it's a crime to lie to a federal agent?
Yes, sir.
You agree it's a crime to lie to a state agent?
Yes, sir.
You agree it's a crime to make misrepresentations to state and federal agencies, is that right?
Object
Yes,
to-
sir.
You agree it would be a crime to tell a state and federal agency that you were doing chemical specific testing when that was false before entering a truck tank?
Object to the form.
You may answer.
I don't know.
Well, if you're not doing chemical specific testing before entering a truck tank and you tell a state or federal agency or both that you are, isn't that a crime?
Object to the form.
You may answer.
I don't know if it's a crime.
Well, how many criminal law courses did you have in your undergrad?
Several, I don't know the exact amount.
And what makes you think that's not a crime, lying to a governmental agency?
Object to form.
You may answer.
I would need some specifics on the situation, sir.
All right, the specifics on the situation, or one example is telling a governmental agency that you're doing chemical testing before entering a semi truck tank when you're not doing it.
Object to form.
You may answer.
I can't tell you if that's a crime or not. I don't know the definition of a crime when we're getting down to this level.
All right. So your education, training, and experience in chemistry is 0, right?
Yes, sir.
Education, training, and experience in medicine is 0, right?
No, sir. I've had training in CPR and first aid.
All right. You don't have any training diagnosing cancer?
Not formal training, no, sir.
Well, okay. What about semi-formal training or informal training?
Not training, sir. No, just personal experience.
Okay, then I think the answer to my question is you don't have any training diagnosing cancer at all, right?
No, sir.
You ever been arrested or charged with a crime?
No, sir.
Have you ever lied to a governmental agency?
No, sir.
You've been involved in EPA investigations,
No, sir.
OSHA investigations,
Yes, sir.
OSHA investigations in Fairburn, Georgia,
Yes, sir.
Atlanta, Georgia,
Yes, sir.
Louisiana,
Yes, sir.
Houston, Texas,
Yes, sir. Indirectly in Houston, Texas, sir.
Oklahoma,
Yes, sir.
If you had an employee that lied to a federal OSHA agent, would you discipline that employee?
I don't know.
So you wouldn't necessarily discipline a Trimac employee for lying to an OSHA agent?
That is a very broad question.
Yes, sir. But your answer is you would not, or you don't know.
I don't know.
You don't know whether you would discipline that employee or not.
We expect our people to tell the truth.
Yes, sir. And when they
But they-
don't,
We discipline people when they don't tell the truth, but your question is just very broad.
well, actually, I thought it was rather specific. If you've got an employee at Trimac Transportation that lies to an OSHA agent, I asked you whether you would discipline that employee, and you said you didn't know, right? You just testified to that under oath.
If they knowingly mislead or lie, yes.
But an inadvertent lie is something different. Is that right?
Object to the form.
If they inadvertently tell information that's incorrect, then I don't know what we would do in that situation.
Mm-hmm. Madam Court Reporter, I'm going to get into some documents today. What I normally do is put those in the chat and share those with everyone, including you, as I do that. Do you have a preferred method of doing that?
I'm sorry, your question was, do I have a preferred method of you showing the exhibits or of me showing them?
Thank you for the clarification. No, I'm eminently capable of showing them to the deponent. I'm
Perfect.
talking
I-
about, but I want to ensure that they're attached to a
Yes.
copy of the transcript.
Yes, I've done it. I've done this with you before. I know I need to download them before we get off the session.
Okay, so, all right, what I'll do is I will share those in chat. If
Okay.
you have an issue, starting with whatever the first one is, please let me know and we'll figure out a better way to do that. Is that all right?
Oh, that's fine with me. Thank you.
Mr. Potts, can we take a 5-minute break?
Sure. Well, what, do you guys, have you eaten lunch? I think we pushed this to 10:30 to accommodate, was that you, Mr. Rossetti?
It was me.
Mr. Gettinger?
Yeah.
And I went ahead, and thank you for the additional 30 minutes. I wanted to, with another 30 minutes, we could get something else done. But I've not eaten lunch. Well, it's 12:30 now. Mr. Hagler, you're an hour, 2 hours? Where are you?
I'm Central Time, so I'm an hour behind you, sir.
Okay. Do you want to break for lunch now? Why don't we do that? It's 12:30 here. You good with that?
Yes,
I
sir.
don't have an objection to that.
Okay, gentlemen,
That's fine.
Mr. Getger, Mr. Rossetti.
Fine.
All right, we'll break till an hour is good, 1:30, 1:30 Eastern, 12:30 your time, Mr. Hagler.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Mr. Rossetti, if you could help me, I'm kind of having a hard time between you and Mr. Sessions on your objections.
Would you like me to actually say, this is Mike Rossetti, I object?
I know it's really hard to remember to do that, but it sure would be helpful to me.
I will try to remember to do that. You're right,
Thank
it's not my standard operating procedure, but I will certainly try.
Well, even if you just wave your hand or something, so when I
You
get
got
there.
it.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Madam Court Reporter, was I just hearing that you would appreciate it from us if we would identify ourselves and we objected?
If you could remember, that would really be helpful. Y'all are getting in there very fast, and I'm watching for your mouths, but I'm not. Sometimes I'm not
Understood.
able to see who's doing it.
Understood.
And I do have the witness spotlighted, Mr. Potts.
Say again, please.
I do have the witness spotlighted.
Oh,
Pinned.
great. Have we not the entire time or?
I've had it pinned on mine up until now, and I just saw the note that you wanted it pinned, so he is definitely pinned now.
Yeah, well, that, as long as you had him pinned, I think that will work out for the
Yes.
video, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Unless you gentlemen want to be front and center on the. I think we're waiting on Mr. Sessions and Mr. Gettinger, or are they up there?
I think we're both here.
We're
I think
here.
everyone's here. Yeah, everyone's
Yep.
here.
Let's see who's on. Let me just make, there we go. Mr. Hagler, you let me know when you're ready. We'll begin then.
I'm ready.
All right. Have you spoken with anyone about your deposition over the break?
No. Other
You know-
than I gave my attorney a call, but we didn't speak about specifics of the deposition. I did let some folks in my office know that I was in deposition, but
Uh-huh.
not about any specifics.
All right, and what folks in your office did you speak to?
About
Right,
about anything?
yes.
I don't remember everybody's name. I mean, I'm in an office with some other folks around me.
Mhm. Do you know Travis O'Bannon?
I do know Travis, yes.
How do you know Travis?
He used to work at Trimac.
Where is he employed now?
I believe he is at Quantix.
Why is he no longer at Trimac?
I don't know.
What was his role at Trimac?
He worked for National Tank Services. I don't recall his title.
Did you ever work with him?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what role, in what capacity?
We would work together occasionally. We would cross paths with projects, programs.
What sort of projects and programs?
My office was right next to his for a period of time, and I don't recall exactly what we would work on, but we would work together occasionally.
Mhm. Was he in the safety department?
No, sir.
What department was he in? NTS, you call it? That's not really a department, and it's not a separate entity. That's just a division of Trimac.
I would call it a division. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, in your role as the North American Director of Safety and Security at Trimac Transportation, you're involved in confined space entry?
Involved. Yes, sir.
Well, one of your jobs as the North American Director of Safety and Security at Trimac Transportation is to do what you can to ensure that when Trimac employees go into confined spaces, they're doing so safely.
Yes, sir.
And you agree that a semi-truck tank is a confined space?
I'm not sure if it always meets the legal definition of a confined space.
On what authority are you saying that?
I don't know. I don't know the OSHA definition right off the top of my head.
Are you familiar with 29 CFR 1910.146?
I'm familiar with OSHA regulations. I don't know that regulation specifically.
All right. Do you know about the OSHA regulation regarding confined spaces?
I am familiar with it generally.
All right. And did you agree you know what CFR stands for?
Yes, sir.
What does it stand for?
Code of Federal Regulations.
And 29 CFR 1910.146 is what?
It's an OSHA regulation. I don't know exactly what it is.
And those are federal regulations, right?
Yes, sir.
And you agree that Trimac is required to comply with those federal regulations?
Yes, sir.
And you know what a CPL is?
I don't know what a CPL is.
You've never heard the term CPL?
No, sir. I don't know what context you're using it in, sir.
Have you ever heard of something called a compliance directive?
I've heard that term. I don't know exactly what it is.
All right. And is it your testimony that transportation tanks do not meet the definition of a confined space under OSHA regulations?
No, sir. My testimony is I don't know the definition of a confined space.
Yes, sir. And I'm not asking you for your definition of a confined space. Right now, I'm asking you about truck tanks, semi-truck tanks, transportation tanks. What do you call them? A 6,000 gallon tank on the back of a semi-truck.
I call it a trailer.
Okay. So transportation tanks are defined by OSHA as confined spaces. You were not aware of that before today?
Objection has been answered.
You may answer.
I am
Yeah,
not a,
sorry, reporter. I'm sorry to interrupt.
federal regulations are very wide ranging and can apply to many different situations. There are exceptions. I am saying that I don't know the exact definition and which types of trailers meet that confined space legal definition under OSHA.
You're familiar with confined space entry though, right?
Yes, sir.
And have you ever given a presentation on confined space entry?
Yes, sir.
And you gave that presentation in 2017?
I don't recall.
It's actually March 23rd, 2017. Does that help refresh your recollection?
No, sir.
It doesn't?
No, sir.
Do you remember giving a presentation though?
Yes, I remember giving a presentation where confined space entry was discussed at some point.
Discussed at some point, you don't recall that was the title of the program?
No, sir.
Wow. You understand that Demetrius Phillips was still alive in 2017?
Objection, relevance.
You may answer.
I'm not sure when Mr. Phillips passed.
All right. You understand that Clarence Glenn was still alive in 2017?
I don't know.
James Grove was still alive in 2017?
Objection, relevance.
You may answer.
I don't know.
Jason Penley was still alive in 2017?
Objection, relevance.
I don't know.
So you don't recall giving a presentation though, when confined space entry was really the topic. It just may have been discussed along the way. That's your testimony, right?
Check to the form. This is
You may
Matt
have-
Sessions.
I don't recall giving a presentation on confined space entry in 2017, where that was the specific topic.
Right. Do you understand the nature of the oath you took today?
Yes, sir.
The form,
What is the nature of the oath you took today?
To tell the truth, to answer the question truthfully.
Yes, sir. And you know the penalty of perjury?
Jack.
No, sir.
Do you understand that there is a penalty for perjury?
Object
No,
to
sir.
form. Please wait for me to finish my objection before answering.
Show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 1 to your deposition. You seen this document before? Cleaning tank trailers safely in confined spaces.
Yes.
That's actually a keynote presentation that was prepared by you.
Okay.
No, sir, not okay. Yes or no?
I don't recall if this was prepared by me. It looks like my name is on this as the presenter.
Mhm. Do you see, this is page 2 of Exhibit 1 to your deposition, presented by Lance Hagler, Trimac Transportation. That's you, right?
Yes, sir.
Cleaning tank trailers cleaning tank trailers, safety in confined spaces. You see that?
Yes, sir.
That was prepared by you.
Yes, sir. Part of it was, sir.
Part of it was?
Yeah,
What
there's
part?
another presenter on here as well.
Yes, sir, we can play it. It's about an hour. Is it your testimony that anyone other than you spoke for the entirety of that hour?
I don't recall, sir.
Okay, we'll play it.
Okay.
Do you want, now this is page 3. Do you see this? 323.17, cleaning trailers, safety in confined spaces. That's the third slide, right? That you prepared?
I don't know that I prepared this. My name is on it as the presenter, yes.
Yes, sir, and you presented it. This is the keynote presentation that you presented, right?
I do recall presenting this now that you're showing me this document.
You just recalling it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the reason for this presentation was what?
To inform members of NTTC on confined space entry best practices, I believe.
Well, didn't you tell them why you did it when you gave the presentation?
I don't remember what I presented on completely.
Do you remember telling them that you gave it because people were dying?
I don't remember the presentation and everything I said.
And you don't remember these slides that you prepared?
No, I do remember the slide. I don't know if I prepared these slides.
Well, they're the slides that you used to present cleaning trailers, safety in confined spaces, right?
Yes, sir.
And trailers, that's the word you use for these transportation trailers, right?
I say trailers. Yes, sir.
And when you say trailers here, cleaning trailers, you're talking about the 6,000 or so gallon trailers that are hauled by semi trucks.
Yes, sir.
And they're hauled by semi trucks at Trimac.
Yes, sir.
And they contain things like chemicals.
They could contain chemicals. Yes, sir.
Things like methyl acrylate,
I don't know.
butyl acrylate,
I don't know.
formaldehyde,
I don't know.
styrene.
I believe we have hauled styrene. Yes.
Toluene,
I don't know.
xylene,
I believe we've hauled xylene. Yes, sir.
1,2,4-trimethylbenzene,
I don't know.
benzene,
I don't know.
naphtha,
I don't know.
caustic,
I don't know.
ammonia,
I don't know.
diethylene and triamine, DETA,
I don't know.
ethanol amine, MEA,
I don't know.
phosphoric acid,
I don't know.
sulfuric acid,
I believe we haul sulfuric acid or have hauled it. Yes, sir.
hydrofluoric acid,
I don't know.
methylene diphenyl diisocyanate, MDI,
Yes, sir. We do haul MDI.
toluene diisocyanate, TDI,
Yes, sir. We do haul TDI.
and excuse me, diamino diphenyl methane, MDA,
I don't know.
toluene diamine, TDA,
I don't know.
Have you reviewed any complaints in this case?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question, sir?
Have you reviewed any complaints in this case?
I'm going to object to the form to the extent that wasn't a complaint from this case.
I haven't reviewed any complaints that I'm aware of. I only reviewed the notice of deposition.
Have you reviewed any complaints involving the death of Clarence Glenn?
No, sir.
Complaints involving the death of Demetrius Phillips?
Object, relevance,
You may answer.
No, sir.
So you don't know what Trimac calls, right?
I know some of what Trimac hauls.
Tell me what you know that Trimac hauls.
I know we haul MDI. I know we haul TDI. I know we have hauled sulfuric acid.
What else?
Crude oil.
I think you already testified to styrene, right?
Yes, sir.
What else?
I know we have hauled hydrogen peroxide.
What percent?
I don't know.
85%?
I don't know.
It's Matt Sessions.
What else? Oh, do you have an objection, Mr. Sessions?
I did. I objected to the form and then clarified that the person objecting is Matt Sessions.
All right, I didn't hear the objection.
Okay.
All right, hydrogen peroxide, what else?
We have hauled gasoline.
What else?
We have hauled diesel fuel.
What else?
We have hauled cement and lime.
What else?
We have hauled oxygen, nitrogen, helium.
What else?
We have hauled nitric acid.
What else?
Latex.
What else?
That's all I can recall right now.
Are you familiar with? Do you know whether you've also hauled aluminum sulfate?
I don't know.
Roundup,
I don't know.
glyphosate,
I don't know.
alkyl substituted benzene derivatives,
I don't know.
betaphone,
I don't know.
bleach,
I don't know.
crotonaldehyde,
I don't know.
ethanol,
I believe we have hauled ethanol.
hydrocarbons like petroleum distillate mixtures,
Yes, I believe we have hauled that.
jet fuel,
Yes, we have hauled jet fuel.
DS 4000 latex,
We have hauled latex. I don't know what types.
what about DS 4000 latex?
I'm sorry, there was a cough or something. Can you repeat the question, sir?
Sure. And if at any time you don't understand the question or don't hear it, I'm glad to repeat it. DS 4000 latex.
I don't know.
Other latex formulations,
I know we have hauled latex. I don't know what types.
Luridor,
I don't know.
Plasticizers,
I don't know.
polyol fins,
I believe we have hauled polyol.
resins,
Yes, we have hauled resins.
solvents,
Yes, we have hauled solvents.
silica,
I don't know.
xylenes,
I don't know.
V product.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure, V is in Victor product.
I don't know.
Do you know which of the chemicals that Trimac hauls are toxic?
No, sir.
Do you know which of the chemicals that Trimac hauls are carcinogenic?
No, sir.
Do you know which manufacturers make the chemicals that Trimac hauls, for instance, TDI, MDI? MDI, how many manufacturers does Trimac haul MDI for?
Two that I am aware of, sir.
And those two are who?
Dow and BASF.
Dow Chemical Company and BASF Chemical Company, right?
I don't know if that's their legal name. We call them as Dow and BASF.
All right. Now moving on to the fourth slide in your March 2017 presentation. Can you see that all right?
Yes, sir.
It reads here, tank cleaning fatalities in 2017. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And you presented this, right?
Yes, sir.
2017 tank cleaning fatalities. These are Trimac, right?
I don't know if they're Trimac. I don't believe both of these are Trimac.
Which one's not Trimac?
I don't believe either one of these are Trimac.
Does Trimac have a facility in Ontario?
Yes, sir.
Does Trimac have a facility in Pleasant Valley, Missouri?
No, sir.
All right. Now the next slide, this is still Exhibit 1, the slide entitled Cleaning Tank Trailers, Safety and Confined Spaces, 2016 Tank Entry Fatality. This is a year before 2017, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is a man in his 20s, is that right?
That's what the article says. Yes, sir.
Well, this is an article in your presentation, your keynote, right?
Yes, sir.
And you, at this point in the conversation, you were talking about families, spouses, children, parents, and people dying. Do you remember that?
I remember some of this presentation. I don't remember all of it or my exact words, sir.
All right, we'll get to, but this is Exhibit 1 is the keynote from that presentation, right?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
And if we go on to the next page, which is entitled, you see where it reads, common hazards in tank washing. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And do you see the last two, chemical presence? Is that right?
Yes, sir. That's what it says.
And chemical presence, that would be chemical presence in these semi-truck tanks that haul chemicals, right?
Yes, sir.
And that would include, whatever's in the tank when it's delivered, right?
Yes, sir. If it's a chemical that's being delivered.
Well, no, if a semi-truck tank, one of these trailers, you called it, is hauling a chemical, the chemical that's present, when you write chemical presence here, you're talking about the chemical presence and the The tank trailer, that's what you've got up here, cleaning tank trailers. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Object to form.
Basis.
Ready?
What?
I objected to the form of your question and identified myself as the individual making the objection.
Would you read back my question, please, Madam Court Reporter?
I can try. It was,
All right, thank you.
well, semi truck tanker or the trailer that you called it, the chemical that is present, the chemical presence here, you're talking about the chemical presence in that tank trailer. That's what you've cleaning tank trailers. Do you see that? I'm sorry. It wasn't real strong. It was very, sorry.
Mr. Hagler, looking at this slide, and it's entitled at the top, Common Hazards in Tank Washing. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And immediately above that is cleaning tank trailers, safety in confined spaces, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what you wrote, right?
I don't know that I wrote it. I certainly presented it.
Well, you presented it with these slides, right?
Yes, sir.
And at the top of the slide, it reads cleaning tank trailers, safety in confined spaces, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what you entitled your presentation, right?
Yes, sir.
And immediately beneath that, it reads common hazards in tank washing. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it reads here chemical presence. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And chemical presence is a common hazard in tank washing. That's why it's there.
Object to the form of the question, Matt Gettinger.
Chemical presence could be a hazard in tank washing. Yes, sir.
Well, it could be a hazard and it's a common hazard. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And you wrote that because it is a common hazard.
Object to form.
Yes, sir.
And are you reading anything in your deposition?
I'm reading what's on your screen, sir.
Okay. Are you receiving any text messages?
No, sir.
All right. And chemical presence, if it's a toxic chemical, that's a hazard of tank washing, right?
Can you repeat the question again, sir?
Sure. Toxic chemicals are a hazard of tank washing.
They could be. Yes, sir.
Well, if they're toxic chemicals in the tank, they are a hazard.
They could be a hazard if not controlled.
All right, and what do you mean by controlled?
Well, there are many means of controlling a hazard.
Uh-huh.
So if a hazard is controlled, then it's not as dangerous.
Right. And in order to control the hazard, and we'll get through the balance of your presentation, but in order to control a hazard, you've got to know what the hazard is, right? That's step one.
Yes, sir.
And in order to know what the hazard of a toxic chemical is, you've got to know what the chemical is, right?
Yes, you would have to know what the chemical is. Yes, sir.
And in order to know whether it's a sufficient quantity to harm or kill a human being, you've got to know the quantity of the chemical.
I'm not sure you always have to know the quantity of the chemical, sir.
All right, cite for me any OSHA regulation or standard or EPA regulation or standard or anything in the IARC, NIOS, NIOSH, NIOSH, CDC, anything in the history of the solar system that says you don't need to know the quantity of the chemical to know whether it's a hazard. cite for me anything, please, sir. I'm prepared to write them down.
Object to form, Rossetti.
You may answer.
I don't know.
You don't have any cite for me, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And that's because the quantity of the chemical is important.
That's because I don't know.
Well, I mean, do you agree that you could climbing into a truck tank with a tablespoonful of benzene is the same as climbing into a truck tank with 20 gallons of benzene? Are those the same?
Object to form.
The quantities are different. I don't know the differing levels of severity.
All right, you agree that you also have to know the concentration of the chemical, right?
I don't know.
You don't, wait, I want to make sure I've got this right. So you're the North American Director of Safety and Security at Trimac Transportation.
Yes, sir.
And you gave a presentation entitled Cleaning Tank Trailers, Safety and Confined Spaces.
Yes, sir.
And you gave that presentation in March of 2017.
Yes, sir.
And Trimac hauls chemicals,
Yes, sir.
toxic chemicals.
It could be toxic depending on how you define it.
Cancer-causing chemicals.
I don't know.
And your testimony is that you don't know whether you need to know the concentration of the chemical in a semi-truck tank before you send a man into that semi-truck tank. Is that right?
Object to form.
You may answer.
I'm not sure that was the question you originally asked me, but can you ask the question again so I can answer it?
Madam Court Reporter, would you read that question back, please?
Yes. And your testimony is that you don't know whether you need to know the concentration of a chemical in a semi-truck tank before you send a man into the semi-truck tank. Is that right?
Well, we don't send anybody into a tank before it's cleaned. And once it's cleaned, it changes what's in the tank. So I'm not sure we would be able to know concentrations after a trailer is cleaned.
Would you read back my question, please, Madam Court Reporter? Mr. Hagler, before she does that, I want you to pay careful attention to my question, listen to my question and answer it as best you can. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And whatever you testify to today, it's the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
And it will stand for you today as the North American Director of Safety and Security for Trimac Transportation, as well it should, right?
Yes, sir.
You stand behind everything you say here today, don't you?
Yes, sir.
All right. So back to chemical presence, we were talking about on the slide that's where we're referring to now, where it reads common hazards in tank washing. And this is your presentation in March 2017 on chemical cleaning tank trailers, safety and confined spaces. And by confined spaces, you're talking about the trailer, right?
Yes, sir.
The tank trailer.
Yes, sir.
And what your presentation is about is, safety in confined spaces. A portion of that deals with before you go into confined space.
Yes, sir.
And a tank trailer is a confined space.
It could be, sir.
Well, a tank trailer hauling chemicals is a confined space. Tell me when a semi-truck tank is not a confined space.
I don't know. I'm telling you that I don't know the exact definition of a confined space.
Yes, sir. And I didn't ask you for the exact definition. I want you to cite for me a single example in the history of the solar system where a tank trailer is not a confined space. Name for me one.
Rossetti, object to form.
I don't know.
Well, I'd like for you to just name one example. Can you name an example of a tank trailer that when it's not a confined space?
Objection asked and answered.
You may answer.
Matthew Gettinger.
I don't know.
All right. And before you've got a confined space entry at manual at Trimac, right?
We have confined space procedures. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And those procedures adhere to federal law, right?
Yes, sir.
You agree that confined spaces are regulated by federal law, right?
Yes, sir.
And your confined space manual borrows language straight out of the federal law, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you're there to comply with the federal law, right?
We're there to do a job for a customer and embed safety into our process and comply with the law in doing that.
Right. And your role as the North American Director of Safety is to ensure that when these folks enter these semi-truck tanks that we're hauling chemicals, they do it safely, right?
My role is to oversee our safety program, sir.
The safety buck stops with you, right?
Can you clarify what that means?
The buck stops here. You ever heard that phrase?
I have, sir. Yes.
And that stops with you, right?
I don't directly enter tanks or oversee people who enter tanks, sir.
Yes, sir. But the directives on what you've got to do before you enter a tank would come from you, right?
I am one of the people involved in creating those procedures and policies.
Yes, sir. And we were talking when we broke into this, all about your deposition being a very public document. We were talking about going in a semi-truck tank that was hauling chemicals. And you said you don't need to know the concentration of the chemical in that semi-truck tank before you send the man in it to clean it, right?
Object to
Objective
form,
to form.
this states his testimony.
You may answer.
I don't remember that's exactly what you asked me.
Well, that's what I'm asking you now. I'd like an answer.
Object to form.
Okay, can you restate your question again, please?
Would you ask it again, please, Madam Court Reporter?
Okay, it was a long one. Yes, sir. We were talking when we broke to all of this in your deposition, about your deposition being a very public document. We were talking about going into a semi truck that was hauling chemicals. You said you don't need to know the concentration of the chemical in the semi truck tank before you clean it, right?
Same objection.
You may answer.
I don't know if the concentration is necessary to know before a trailer is cleaned. I'm not a tank cleaning expert.
Yeah, but you know that all over this country, you've got men entering semi-truck tanks that are hauling chemicals, right?
Yes, sir.
Don't you think that's something to know?
We don't put anybody into a trailer if it has not been cleaned.
Yes, sir. And how are you going to know how much chemical is in it without testing it?
I don't know.
You agree that you cannot stick your head into a semi-truck tank and what, sniff it and tell me what parts per million a certain chemical is in that semi-truck tank?
Object to form.
You may answer.
That's not a viable way of testing for chemicals.
Right. In fact, that's an eminently dangerous and even deadly way to do it, right?
We train people not to do that.
Yes, sir. You didn't answer my question, though. Will you answer my question?
Can you ask the question again, sir?
Sure. Would you read it back, please, Madam Court Reporter?
Right. In fact, that is an eminently dangerous and even deadly way to do it, right?
If a trailer has been cleaned and tested, it may be safe to put your head there. If it's not been cleaned and tested, then it's not a safe place.
Right. And by cleaned, you mean run a spinner in it?
That could be one way that a trailer is cleaned. That could be a piece of the cleaning.
Tell me every way it's cleaned before somebody enters it.
I don't know. I'm not a tank cleaning expert.
Okay. And then you said cleaned and tested. By tested, you mean test for the chemical that was in it, right?
Just tested in general.
No, sir. I didn't ask in general. I said tested for the chemical that was in it, right?
Object to form.
You may answer.
I meant tested the atmosphere.
Right? Well, the atmosphere is the air in the tank, right? That's what atmosphere means. Do you understand? You know what atmosphere means?
Object to
I don't-
form. Excuse me. Rossetti, object to form.
You may answer.
I don't know the definition of atmosphere exactly.
Well, I didn't ask you exactly. Define atmosphere as best you can.
Personally, I would describe it as the space around me, which includes the air.
The air around you, is that what an atmosphere is?
Object to form.
I would describe it as the space around me, including the air.
All right. And in these semi-truck tanks, when you're testing the atmosphere, you're testing what's in the semi-truck tank. Right?
Yes, sir.
And you use what's called a Venice probe, right?
I don't know exactly what it's called. We use a testing device.
All right. And that testing device will test for whatever it's programmed to test for, right?
Yes, sir.
And that testing device won't test for the chemicals that were hauled in the semi-truck tank, right?
I don't know.
Well, who does know?
I'm not a tank cleaning expert. Ken Cooper would be, but I'm not.
Yes, sir. But in order to test for the chemical in the tank, you've got to test for that specific chemical, right?
I don't know.
Well, how would you do it otherwise?
I don't know.
Do you know how much training Ken Cooper has in chemistry?
I don't.
Anything beyond high school you're aware of?
I don't know.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 2 to your deposition. Show you what's been previously marked as exhibit 2 to your deposition. This is the confined space entry manual for Trimac Transportation. You seen this document before?
Yes, sir.
Have you read it?
This is just the first page. I'll have to see the rest of it, sir.
You don't know what you've read the confined space entry policy?
Object to form, Rossetti.
You may answer.
This is just the top heading. I'd have to see a little bit more of the document. Yes, sir.
You have read it?
Yes, sir.
And this is the confined space entry manual in use at Trimac Transportation.
This is our confined space entry practice is what we call it.
Yes, sir. And it's reads National Tank Services. That's the division you were talking about earlier. A Trimac company. Did you see that?
Yes, sir.
And it contains all your policies and procedures regarding confined space entry, right?
Yes, sir.
And if we flip on down to page 7. You see where it reads authorized entrant?
Yes, sir.
An authorized entrant is an employee who is authorized to enter confined space. Also referred to as an entrant. You see that under 1.3, page 7, exhibit 2?
Yes, sir.
You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
You agree that entrants may only enter a confined space after all requirements of this program and specific entry or rescue procedures are met, right?
Yes, sir. That's what the program requires.
If you flip on over to the next page, this is page 8 of exhibit 2, which you've read before, right? You see where it reads G?
Yes, sir.
It reads test the atmosphere inside the confined space prior to entry and record the results on the entry permit, right?
Yes, sir.
And you agree that you have to have a tank entry permit to enter confined space.
Not necessarily. A permit required confined space.
Well, a semi truck tank, you refer to it as a trailer that hauls chemicals, is a confined space that requires an entry permit.
It could be.
Well, you realize you're under oath, and we're about to go back to exhibit 1, which is your presentation. And you're saying there are times when going into a semi truck tank that was hauling chemicals, a semi truck tank, you call it a trailer, does not require permit. Is that right?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, you just said it.
Objection,
Then tell me what you're saying.
objection.
Can you ask your question?
No, sir, I'm not going to keep asking the same question. Madam Court Reporter, would you read it back, please, ma'am?
The most recent one, how far back?
The question that started that colloquy.
That was quite a bit ago. Let's see. Um, Before or after this question? Well, the semi truck tank that you referred to as a trailer is a confined space that requires an entry permit. Before that or after that?
No, that's it.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
You hear the question all right, Mr. Hagler?
It could require an entry permit.
All right, tell me when it would not require an entry permit. Every conceivable possibility when it wouldn't require an entry permit. Then I want a cite to OSHA, to your confined space policy, to your presentation, to anything on the planet. Go
Jack,
ahead.
to
To the question, it's also getting, I'm sorry, Sessions and Rossetti.
You may answer.
I don't know the citations, but it wouldn't require a permit if there are no hazards present.
Okay. And before you know there are no hazards present, you first have to determine what the hazards are, right?
In the case of a trailer, we would have to clean it and test the atmosphere.
Yes, sir. My question was a little different. Please listen carefully to my question, Mr. Hagler. Madam Court Reporter, would you read back the question, please? And before you do, but anyone else present, either via computer or phone or anything like that, Mr. Rossetti?
Anyone else present
Yes.
in my office?
No, either via computer, audio, telephone, anything like that.
Through my office? No.
Okay.
Why would you ask me
Anyone
that?
else? Is there anyone other than the four folks that the court reporter has down listening to the deposition?
There is nobody listening to this deposition from my office. You can ask all the other attorneys. I'm sure they'll give you the same answer, but you might want to ask them. to
Name,
the-
Mr. Gettinger, is that right?
This is just me.
Thank you. You may answer.
Okay, the last question I have is, okay. And before you know there are no hazards present, you first have to determine what the hazards are, right?
Right?
Yes, you would have to determine what hazards are.
Right. So you said there's the only time you wouldn't require a tank entry permit when you go in a semi truck tank or trailer, you call it, is when there are no hazards present. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Just 3 words. That was your testimony under oath, like not 30 seconds ago, right?
Object to form.
You may answer.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And in order to determine there are no hazards present, you have to test the atmosphere inside the truck tank, right?
Yes, sir.
And if there were specific chemicals being hauled in that tank when you went to clean it, you've got to test for those chemicals.
I don't know.
Well, and to go in that semi truck tank, you have to have a tank entry permit.
Object to form. It's Rossetti. Answer.
You may answer.
If there are no hazards, you don't have to have a permit.
All right, so how does that, so in order to determine whether there's a hazard, you've got to test the truck tank, right?
Yes, sir.
And you do that with a Venice Pro or something to test for oxygen, combustibles, carbon dioxide, right?
We use a device to test. To get into the specifics, I am not familiar with the specifics of exactly what that device tests.
Is it your testimony that once someone runs a spinner in a semi truck tank that it's clean?
Object to form.
You may answer.
I don't know.
Well, you said you don't need to test the atmosphere because it was already clean, right?
Yes, sir.
And you agree clean does not equal safe, right?
I don't know that.
Well, are you aware that there are toxic and carcinogenic chemicals that by the time you smell them, you're already overexposed?
Object to form.
You may answer.
No, sir, I didn't know that.
All right. Do you think that's something in your position you ought to know?
I don't know.
You don't know what?
You asked me if that was something in my position that I ought to know.
Right. I mean, how many people do you have going in semi truck tanks and Trimac just in the US every day?
Object to form.
You may answer.
I don't know.
You've got 100 facilities in the US?
I don't believe we have 100 facilities in the US.
How many facilities in the US?
Maybe 30?
30? And how many, they all have a tank wash?
No, sir.
How many have a wash rack?
I don't know.
All right. Back to Exhibit 2, page 8. Complete the confined space entry permit. Do you see that?
Which section, sir?
What do you mean, what section?
I thought you were prompting me to a specific letter or
Yeah,
section.
can you see this? H, complete the confined space entry permit?
H, yes, sir.
Yes. That's what you got to do before you go in, right? According
Yes,
to
sir.
Trimac's policy.
According to our policy, yes, sir.
Okay. But you disagree with the policy?
No, sir.
Okay. So you got to complete the confined space entry permit before you go in the semi truck tank, right?
Yes, according to the policy, yes, sir.
Okay. And you, that's your policy, your company's policy. You've read it before today.
Yes, sir.
And if you thought there ought to be changes to it, you would have suggested those changes, right?
We have discussions over policies. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Would you read the question back, please, Madam Court Reporter?
If you thought there ought to be changes to it, you would have suggested those changes, right?
You understand the question, Mr. Hagler?
Yes, if I have a recommendation, then yes, I will voice that concern.
Yes, sir. Now you're talking hypothetically. I'm talking specifically about this. If you had you testified earlier, you read this before today, right? The confined space entry.
Yes, sir.
And if you'd seen an issue with it, because you're charged with safety for the entire, North American, well, most of the North American continent, which is both Canada and the United States, right?
Yes, sir.
If you thought there was something endangering young men, like the ones in your slides, we'll get back to, and killing people, you would have suggested those changes, surely, right?
Yes.
You don't want to see someone lose a spouse to cancer, do you?
Object.
Of course not.
Right. And you don't want to see someone lose a parent to cancer?
Objection.
No, sir.
But you didn't make any suggestions that this be changed, right?
I don't recall any suggestions.
Well, and the reason is because this is what you've got to do to comply with the law, right?
Can you ask your question again? I don't understand.
Do you mind reading that back, please, Madam Court Reporter?
And the reason is because this is what you've got to do to comply with the law, right?
Well, this goes over and above the law.
Where does it go over and above the law?
If there are no hazards, OSHA does not require a confined space permit. We require a permit here.
Well, give me a cite to that, sir. An OSHA site, because that is not the law. Give me a single cite, sir.
Rossetti, object to form.
You may answer.
I don't have a site.
Well, to any section of the Code of Federal Regulations.
I don't have a citation, sir.
All right. What about to any sort of OSHA directive? You know, OSHA directives have the same weight as a regulation, right? You have to follow those.
Object to form, Rossetti.
You may answer.
I don't know any OSHA directives to cite, sir.
All right. But you see that Trimac requires it, right? Right here on page 8,
Yes, sir.
subsection H at the top of the form, right?
Yes, sir.
So before a man goes into a semi truck tank, especially when it was hauling toxic and carcinogenic chemicals, he's got to complete the confined space entry permit, just like it says in Exhibit 2, page 8, item H, right?
That's what this says, sir. Yes.
Well, and that's what that says because that's a rule. That's a requirement.
Object to the form. I don't understand if that's a question or not.
Are you going to answer the question, Mr. Hagler?
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't realize there was a question that you asked.
Could you reread the question, please, Madam Court Reporter?
That's what it says because that's the rule. That's the requirement.
Same objection. Getting there.
I'm sorry, sir. I don't understand what you're asking me.
Well, do we need to go back to page 7 where it says authorized entry?
I know it's on the screen, sir. I don't understand the question that you are asking me to answer.
The question is that before you enter a semi truck tank and a wash rack at Trimac, you've got to complete the confined space entry permit. Just like it says Exhibit 2, page 8, item H. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you agree with that?
I do agree with that. Yes, that's the
Right.
policy.
Well, that's a requirement. You understand the question, Mr. Hagler?
No, sir.
Completing a confined space entry permit, just like it says in 1.3 H on page 8 of exhibit to your deposition, is a requirement before you enter a semi truck, what you call a tank trailer, right?
I called it a trailer. Yes, sir.
That's a requirement before you enter a tank trailer, right?
Yes, our policy has this as a requirement.
All right. And moving on to I, use a properly functioning gas detection monitor while inside of a confined space. You see that?
Yes, sir.
You agree that you've got to use a properly functioning gas detection monitor while inside of a confined space, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Moving on to page 10 of exhibit 2 to your deposition. You see here at the bottom where it reads 2.3 chemical.
Yes, sir.
It reads under chemical 2.3A residual products, I heal or retain. Remember talking about that?
I don't remember us talking about that today, sir. No.
Well, the heal is the amount left in a semi-truck tank when it's brought to you for cleaning, right?
Yes, sir. That's what we call it.
Right. And the retain is the amount that's retained after the initial cleaning, right?
I don't know the differentiation between heal and retain in our tank cleaning environment.
All right. Well, you're aware that federal regulations require you to have this document, this confined space entry manual, right? Exhibit 2 to your deposition.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. It goes on to read residual products, heal or retain, or products used for the task at hand may present chemical hazards. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Refer to safe work procedures and or SDSs for safe use of handling, storage, and disposal instructions. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And you know what an SDS is, right?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's a safety data sheet.
Yes, sir. And it's provided by chemical companies.
It's provided by the manufacturer of the product.
Right, which would include the chemical company making the chemical.
It could be. Yes, sir.
Well, who else would it be?
It could be a distributor.
All right, thank you. And it's got what federal law also requires regarding the safe handling of that chemical, right?
Yes, sir.
Now moving on, still exhibit 2, page 12. Down at the bottom, do you see 2.6.3 atmospheric testing?
Yes, sir.
Reference section 3.3 atmospheric testing frequency. It reads here that an atmospheric testing using a calibrated direct reading instrument must be conducted prior to confined space entry. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And that doesn't matter how safe you think it is or what it smells like or what you think it smells like. That's what you've got to do before you go in a semi truck tank, right?
Object to form, Rossetti.
You may answer.
Yes, sir.
Moving on to the next page, 13. This is still 2.6.3, item B. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Direct reading instruments are limited to the sensor types installed. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Bigger? Does that help?
Yes, sir. I do see that. Yes, sir.
It goes on to read, for detection of other hazardous substances, then appropriate gas detector tubes must be used. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Cooper testified they never use gas detector tubes. Do you agree with that?
Object
I
to
don't
form.
know.
Have you ever seen a gas detector tube in your 8 years at Trimac Transportation?
I don't know.
Do you know what a gas detection tube is?
No, sir.
Do you think if OSHA asked Ken Cooper and others whether they use gas detection tubes and they tell them they did when they weren't, that's a problem?
Object to form, Rossetti.
You may answer.
I don't know.
You don't think that would be a problem?
Can you ask the question again, sir?
Can you read it back, please, Madam Court Reporter?
Do you think if OSHA asks Ken Cooper and others whether they used a gas detection tube and they tell them they did when they weren't, that's a problem?
Same objection.
I think it's a problem if somebody willingly lies to OSHA.
Yes, sir. What's the difference between a lie and a willing lie, Mr. Hagler?
I don't know.
I don't either. That's the phrase you used. You said a willing lie. What does that mean?
If somebody gives willingly false information to OSHA, that is a problem.
Well, do you? Well, it's a problem, one, because it's a crime, right?
Yes.
It's also a problem because if somebody's misrepresenting to a federal agency like OSHA, that you're checking to make sure these truck tanks are safe before you send somebody's spouse in one. That's important too, right?
Object to form, Rossetti.
Can you ask the question again? I didn't understand.
So would you read it back, please, Madam Court Reporter?
It's also a problem because if somebody is misrepresenting to a federal agency like OSHA that you are checking to make sure these truck tanks are safe before you send somebody's spouse into one, that's important.
If somebody is lying to OSHA and giving intentionally incorrect information, that is a problem.
Yeah, that's obvious, right?
Yes, sir.
And you meant it when you gave in your talk, and we'll get back to it sooner, hopefully, rather than later. That you didn't want to see these people lose a spouse or a parent, stuff like that. You were sincere about that, right?
Object to form.
Yes, sir.
And if you send somebody into a chemical tank without testing for the chemical that was in it, that's unsafe, right? That's dangerous.
I don't know.
You don't know because you don't have any training in chemistry?
I don't know because I'm not a tank cleaning expert.
Do you have anyone in your department that's a chemical exposure expert?
Can you define a chemical exposure expert?
Sure. Someone who's an expert in chemical exposure.
I don't know if we have anybody that I would consider an expert.
Maybe you can tell me how many people in your department group of 35 have any chemistry beyond high school?
I don't know.
Are you aware of any?
I am not aware of any, no, sir.
All right. You've never been in a semi-truck tank, right?
No, sir.
Would you go in one that was hauling a toxic carcinogenic chemical without testing for that chemical?
I am not trained and certified in confined space entry, so I wouldn't go in one to begin with.
Yes, sir. That wasn't my question. Did you read the question back, please, Madam Court Reporter?
Would you go in one that was hauling a harmful carcinogenic chemical without testing? Oh, sorry, hold on one second. Without testing for that chemical. Let me do that again. Hold on one second. Would you go in one hauling a harmful carcinogenic chemical without testing for that chemical?
Objection that's been asked and answered.
I'm also going to object to the form to the extent I don't understand what the question is asking.
I don't know. There are so many factors that would go into that. I can't say.
All right. Would you send an employee, a colleague into a semi-truck tank that was hauling toxic carcinogenic chemicals without having him or her test first before going in the semi-truck tank?
Object to form.
You may answer.
I would send an employee who followed our policy into a tank trailer to ensure it was safe.
Well, and your policy requires a tank entry permit and testing for those chemicals. We just read it, right?
Object to form. Rossetti.
I don't know that it specifically, can you go back to the language where it talks about the chemicals?
Sure. Which
Was that section H before? Somewhere that was section
well,
H.
chemicals, the chemical is 2.3 after that, but you want to go to H of 1.3, you think? Right here?
Before I answer the question, I just want to review the policy. I don't know the policy word for word.
Sure.
Can you scroll down, please?
Sure. You want to go down to where it reads chemical?
Right there, just up a little bit more.
All right. Attendant?
No, go up just a little bit more.
All right. For the
The
record.
very top of the page.
All right. For the record, we're at the top of page 8. Exhibit 2. Confined space entry requirements.
The responsibility of the entrant is to, under G, test the atmosphere inside the confined space prior to entry and record the results on the entry permit. It doesn't say specifically the chemical right there. Can we go down to see if it says specifically the chemical somewhere else?
Sure, and you agree these are rules and responsibilities, right? They're not like, it's not optional, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, chemical. Well, for the record, we're at page 10. Is that what you want to see?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay. Can you scroll down
Sure.
underneath chemical as well, sir?
Yep. But you tell me when to stop.
Stop, sir. And go up to the middle of this page here.
All right.
Okay.
For
Now
the
that I
record-
reviewed this, can you ask your question again, sir?
Yeah, for the record, we're at the top of page 11. Madam Court Reporter, would you read back the question, please, ma'am?
Your policy requires a tank entry permit when testing for those chemicals. We just read it, right?
Can you go to the section where it was talking about the tubes again, please?
Well, okay. I'm not sure which part you're talking about.
You showed me a,
Top of page 13, you think, right here? Direct reading instruments?
so your question is, your policy requires testing for the exact chemical. I don't see in the policy where it has that language, sir.
Okay. So you're testifying based on what you've seen in the policy so far today, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, otherwise, you don't have any idea, is that right?
That's correct. I'm not a tank cleaning expert, sir.
Well, but you are the, let's see here, the North American Director of Safety and Security at Trimac Transportation, right?
Yes, sir.
And one of the businesses that Trimac engages in their National Tank Services or NTS division is cleaning the insides of semi-truck tanks, right?
Yes, sir.
And you gave a talk to for TTU Truck Tank University on confined space entry, right? That we'll continue with here in a moment, right? For professionals in the industry. Yes?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, still on page 13 of Exhibit 2 to your deposition, 2.6.5 entry permit. Do you see that? Entry permit shall be completed in full, reviewed and signed by the entry supervisor prior to confined space entry. Right?
Yes, sir.
That requires the completion in full of a tank entry permit prior to entry into a tank trailer, right?
Yes, sir.
Flipping on over to the next page. We're page 14 of Exhibit 2 to your deposition, confined space program requirements. There's a note here. Do you see where it reads note?
I see 3 sections where it says note, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm under confined space program requirements. The very
Okay.
top reads 3. And the third line down is note. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
It reads, prior to entry into a confined space, a hazard assessment must be completed. Hazard assessment, that's the same as a tank entry permit, right?
I don't know that that's the same as a tank entry permit.
Well, Ken Cooper testified it was the same. I mean, that's every a Trimac employee that I've deposed testified they were the same.
Check the
Check.
form.
If that's inaccurate,
I'm not saying it's inaccurate. I'm saying I don't know.
okay. Must be completed and risk must be eliminated or reduced to an acceptable level. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
In order to eliminate a risk, you've got to know what the risk is, right?
Yes, sir.
And if it's a risk of a toxic or carcinogenic or both chemical, you've got to know what that chemical is, right?
I don't know. You're starting to get into very specific questions that I'm not able to answer.
All right. Well, I mean, you gave a talk on this topic though, right?
Check the form.
On this topic in general, yes,
All right.
in 2017.
This includes a confined space entry permit, emergency response plan, and applicable safe work practice procedures, right?
Which section are you on, sir?
Same section.
Okay. Can you repeat the question, please?
That's what it requires, the way it reads here, right?
I'm just not sure what letter that you're on. I'm sorry.
I'm still in the same section.
Okay.
The requirement includes the confined space entry permit, emergency response plan, and applicable safe work practices procedures, right? That's
Yes, sir.
all right.
Mr. Potts, can we take a 5-minute break sometime soon?
What time is it? Sure.
Okay.
How long do you gentlemen want to go today? I don't know. I don't think we're going to get this done today.
Yeah,
But do you have a preference, Mr. Hagler? You want to keep going tonight or, I mean, it's just 3 o'clock, so we've got some time, but
Yep.
we've still got some OSHA documents that a lot of them you signed. We've got to get through. We've got to get through your keynote presentation on safe confined entry. We've got to go through some tank entry permits. So, we're going to be a bit longer.
So far.
I'd rather,
If you want me to ask. I'm sorry, Lance, you go ahead and then I'll chime in.
I'd rather get done today, whatever we need to get done.
Sounds fine. Yes, sir, Mr. Rossetti.
No, I was just gonna say, if it sounds like it could be several hours. We've only gone about 3 hours and 5 minutes, but if it's gonna be multiple more hours, maybe it could be spread over 2 days.
Okay.
But
Well,
but I'll defer. If that's what the preference of everybody else.
I
is.
don't have an understanding of how much longer we have to go.
well, why
I
don't we
would-
go another hour or so and see how you feel? How about that?
Okay.
All right. Well, see you in 5 minutes. What do you think's gonna happen? Hold on.
Mr. Potts, you're not muted.
What's that? Say again, please. Got it, got it, got it. Just let me know when you're ready, Mr. Hagler. And you damn sure, you don't have to wear a coat for, for me. Or for any of my depositions.
Force of habit, sir.
I understand.
It looks like we're still waiting on Mr. Rossetti and Mr. Sessions. Okay.
I need 1 second, please. I've got some dogs that are behaving badly. You don't need to hear this.
What's the weather like in Houston?
Overcast, but can't complain.
We're about to get a storm here, I hear, but I don't see anything looks too stormy. Yes. Hold on
In
one
fact, I plan on getting a run in later this evening if we've got time for that.
Hopefully. Yep.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Thank you. One of my colleagues said, Madam Court Reporter, I'm not sure what sort of time constraints are you under today?
Actually, I'm fine today, whatever you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
They're not fine.
Say again, please.
My dogs are not fine though.
I couldn't even hear them. Were they barking?
Yes, they've been
Well, we
barking.
had one other, oh man, that was funny. There's some dogs at a lawyer's house.
I'm ready whenever you are, sir.
I think we're just, is Mr. Rossetti back?
I'm back.
I don't see him.
That was him who just said he's back.
All right. Are you aware that there are tanks that have setup product in them?
Can you describe setup product? I'm not sure I know what that means.
Product that's set up in the semi-truck tank trailer?
What do you mean by set up?
There are chemicals that, when exposed to the atmosphere, either oxygen or moisture will set up. Are you familiar with that?
Do you mean solidify?
Not necessarily, maybe partially solidify.
I'm not familiar with the chemical reactions. I do know that some of them take place.
All right. And you know that when that happens, that requires grinding and chiseling to clean it out of the truck?
I don't know the specifics of what has to be done when product is hardened on the trailer, but I do know that there are some procedures that are followed when that happens.
Like scraping and chiseling and grinding.
I've heard of scraping. I haven't heard of grinding and chiseling.
All right. Well, in fact, you use that phrase when you gave your talk on confined space entry, right?
I don't recall.
You don't recall saying that confined space entry is a vital part of the industry?
I don't think that's what you just asked me, sir.
Well, I want you to listen to my question and answer my question.
Okay.
I mean, the purpose of the question is not your concern. I want a truthful answer. All right.
Okay.
Do you understand the question?
No, sir.
Okay. When you gave your talk on confined space entry, you said that entering tank trailers was a vital part of your industry.
I don't remember my presentation. That was in 2017.
All right. You said that it was required.
You mean tank cleaning is, can you re-ask the question, sir?
You said that going into tank trailers was required.
It is required for our industry, sir. Yes.
Yes. You also said that it was a vital part of your industry.
I don't recall saying that.
All right. Well, we'll get to that. You agreed to say that it's one required, right?
It's required in the industry. Yes. In the
And
current
it's
state of
also-
the industry.
And it's also a vital part of the industry.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
All right. And if you've got a chemical that requires scraping or chiseling or grinding inside the tank trailer to remove it, you wouldn't know whether that was safe without testing it, right?
I don't know.
Well, how would you know whether that was safe without testing it?
I don't know.
Okay. Let's go back. I think we're on page 14. Let's go back to page 10 for a moment. Here it reads, page 10. This is 2.2.1C. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Airborne combustible dust that meets or exceeds its LEL. Do you know what LEL stands for?
I don't know what the acronym stands for. No, sir.
All right. Do you see where it reads gas detection monitors will not detect the LEL of airborne combustible dust?
Yes.
But if you don't know what LEL means, you don't really know what that means, right?
Correct, sir.
All right. If you look at D, airborne hazardous and toxic substances, do you see that?
Yes, sir.
That is 2.2.1 3.1D on page 10 of Exhibit 2 to your deposition. Look at the last line. Do you see that? Reads, ensure the use of the appropriate instruments. Only specific instruments can detect specific gases. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And that seems rather clear, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
It's a warning that, depending on what you're trying to detect, you need to make certain that your sensor will detect that specific gas, right?
I think it's saying that only specific instruments can detect specific gases. I don't know which one that the policy is meaning directly.
Well, that wasn't my question.
Okay.
My question is, if you want to test for styrene, for instance, if you don't have a device that'll test for styrene, you're not going to know how much styrene's in a confined space, right?
I don't know that.
Okay, tell me how you would test for styrene without a device that will test specifically for styrene.
I don't know.
Well, tell me any way other than using a device that's will test specifically for styrene.
I don't know.
That's because there's not any other way, right?
I don't know.
You don't, oh, so you leave room for the possibility that you can test for styrene without a chemical specific device for styrene?
I don't know.
Tell me how you would do that without a device.
Object to form.
You may answer.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, who in your department does know?
Can you remind me what the question was? Knows what again?
Do you read it back, please, Madam Court Reporter?
The last question was, tell me how you would do that without a device. Do you want the question before that?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't know.
.2.1 E, do you see that? Documentation, confined space entry permit. Confined space permits are to be kept on file for 10 years. Do you see
Yep.
that? That's a requirement, right?
Yes, sir.
So that says as of 2019, Trimac would have confined space entry permits back to at least 2009, right?
That's what the policy says.
Well, that's what the policy requires.
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, has anyone destroyed any tank entry permits since 2019 for Trimac's Fairburn facility?
Object to form.
You may answer.
I don't know.
You recall being present when tank entry permits were removed from the shop?
No, sir.
You weren't, your testimony is you weren't there?
I don't
Object to
recall it.
form. Object, it was Rossetti, object to form.
You may answer. Your testimony is you were not there, is that right?
Object to form.
I think you asked me if I recalled any tank entry documents, if they were removed from the Fairburn location. I don't recall any. I don't remember seeing it.
Answer my question, the one I just asked you.
Okay. Can you repeat the question again then, sir, please?
Madam Court Reporter, could you read the question back, please, ma'am?
Do you recall being present when tank entry permits were removed from the shop?
No, sir.
You don't recall having conversations with Ken Cooper about tank entry permits when you visited?
Visited when?
Well, you visited one time in 2021, right?
I don't recall speaking to Ken Cooper when I visited in 2021.
You visited one time in 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
And you don't recall anything about removal of tank entry permits then?
No, sir.
Did you visit in 2020?
I don't believe so.
Did you visit in 2019?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall removing tank entry permits in 2019?
No, sir.
What about in 2022?
No, sir.
No, sir, what?
I don't recall removing tank entry documents in 2022.
Do you recall since 2019, and it's now November 2022, having any conversations with Ken Cooper, tank entry permits at Trimac's Fairburn facility?
No, sir.
Do you recall having conversations with anyone regarding tank entry permits at Trimac's Fairburn facility?
Yes, sir.
Who?
I remember having conversations with Derek Chastain as we were getting documents for OSHA.
When was that?
End of 2020.
All right. Who else? Derek Chastain, I think you testified it. He's no longer Trimac because his position was eliminated, right?
Yes, sir.
Nothing to do with him as an employee, right?
That is correct.
All right. Derek Chastain, late 2020, who else?
I don't recall anybody else.
All right. When in 2020, late 2020, did you have those conversations with Derek Chastain?
Would have been December.
Okay. December 2020.
Yes, sir.
All right. And for how many days did you talk?
I don't recall the exact number. It was during the duration of the OSHA investigation.
What were the dates of the OSHA investigation in December 2020?
I don't recall.
First half of December, second half of December.
Second half of December.
Okay. So from the 15th to the end of December in that window, as best as you can recall?
Yes, sir. And perhaps through to the very beginning of 2021.
All right, into January of 2021? Right?
I believe so.
And were you at Trimac in Atlanta or Fairburn or both in that period?
No, sir.
Were you at Trimac in Fairburn or Atlanta or both in January 2021?
No, sir.
Were you at Trimac in Atlanta or Fairburn in February 2021?
No, sir.
So you think your visit in 2021 was later in the year?
I really don't recall when the visit is
All right.
or when it was.
And tell me everything you remember about the conversations with Derek Chastain.
All I recall were
Object to form, you can answer.
all I recall is discussing gathering documentation that OSHA was requesting. And I believe this was some documentation that OSHA had requested.
Okay. Including tank entry permits,
Yes, sir.
tank entry permits from when to when?
I don't remember.
And who was gathering those tank entry permits?
It would have been Derek and Johnny Rogers.
All right. Did you have any conversations with Johnny Rogers?
Yes,
All right.
but I don't recall it was about tank entry permits.
With Johnny Rogers, you mean?
Yes, sir.
What were the conversations with Johnny Rogers about?
Just the OSHA investigation and general production of documents.
All right. Do you have any discussions with Johnny Rogers about the production of documents and any cases in Atlanta regarding Clarence Glenn or Demetrius Phillips or others?
No, sir.
What about with Derek Chastain?
I don't remember.
Tell me everything you remember about the conversations you had with Derek Chastain.
It was around the production of these documents to OSHA,
What documents?
whatever documents that they requested.
Including tank entry permits?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Tell me about those conversations. Tell me everything you remember about those conversations.
I don't remember anything about the conversations other than they took place.
Where is Derek Chastain now?
I don't know.
When was the last time you spoke with him?
Early 2021.
Tell me about,
Well, that may not be right. Let me think. Early 2022, my mistake.
so it would have been January, February 2022.
Somewhere around there, yes.
And tell me everything you remember about those conversations.
I don't remember anything of the conversations other than talking to Derek.
What about?
I don't recall.
Was it about the weather?
I don't recall.
Was it about trauma?
I don't recall.
Do you remember being in a room in the Trimac Fairburn facility with Derek Chastain?
No,
You don't recall being present?
no. I don't recall ever being in Fairburn with Derek.
Okay. You recall giving the okay to remove the tank entry permits, the boxes of tank entry permits from the storage area over the office?
No, sir.
You don't recall any conversation about that?
No, sir.
What's your understanding about why the tank entry boxes were removed?
I don't know. I don't know that they were removed.
Have you not, when was the last time you spoke with King Cooper?
I spoke with Ken Cooper last week.
Did Derek Chastain scan documents?
I don't believe Derek Chastain went to Fairburn. He was based in Houston.
Who scanned documents at Trimac's Fairburn facility?
Scan documents for what exactly, sir?
Period, sir. I'm really, go ahead.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Read it back, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Who scanned documents at Trimac's Fairburn facility?
Again, I need some type of clarification on what exactly you're talking about, what documents, or I don't have a frame of reference for what we're talking about.
The question doesn't have anything to do with the frame of reference, Mr. Hagler. You remember talking about your deposition being a public document?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You realize it's a public document now, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm asking you, I want to know all you recall about someone scanning documents at Trimac's Fairburn facility. And if you don't know anything about it, you tell me under oath, you don't know anything about it, and we'll move on from there.
Object to form. Rossetti.
At Fairburn, there is the ability to scan documents. I don't know who has the ability to do that or who all has scanned documents at some point while the scanner has been there or while people have worked there.
Were you aware that Ken Cooper testified under oath here in Atlanta that you scanned tank entry permits for a week at Trimac's Fairburn facility?
Object to form.
I'm going to object to the form as well. Looking at Ken Cooper's transcript, I don't even see that, but object to the form.
You may answer.
No, I don't know anything about Mr. Cooper's deposition or his testimony.
What about Johnny Rogers' testimony? Do you know anything about that?
No, sir.
Do you recall Johnny Rogers that he also testified that you were at the Trimac Fairburn facility?
Object to form. And Mr. Potts, if you could you sit up, because when you move away from the computer, it's very difficult to hear you. Appreciate it.
Can you hear me?
I'll need the question repeated, sir.
Would you read it back, please, Madam Court Reporter?
Do you recall Johnny Rogers that he also testified that you were at the Trimac Fairburn facility?
I don't know anything about Mr. Rogers' testimony or what he has told you, or even if he was deposed or spoke with you.
You have Derek Chastain's telephone number?
I don't believe so.
You have your mobile with you, don't you?
Yes.
Check and see.
It's not in my contacts, sir.
Is it on your computer?
I don't believe so. He's not an employee here anymore, so he wouldn't be in our directory.
So he called you, what, less than a year ago, but you don't have his number in your phone. Is that your testimony?
He's not in my contact, sir. I don't know how else I would find it. I don't know if it was on my mobile phone that we talked, or I talked on my computer in Microsoft Teams. For work purposes, generally, we talk via Teams,
You talk via what?
Microsoft Teams.
Oh, all right. Exhibit 2, page 15. Where it reads 3.3.1 initial entry.
Were you asking a question, sir?
Do you see where it reads 3.3.1 initial entry?
Yes, sir.
And that's exhibit 2, page 15.
That's what I see. Yes, sir.
And do you see where it reads B, use the gas detector, aspirated or diffusion to verify the absence of flammable or toxic gases within the piping and mechanical equipment?
Yes, sir.
I want you to flip on over to page 19. First, do you see that?
I see the
So you-
page. Yes, sir.
I'll show you what's been marked as page 19 of exhibit 2 to your deposition. You see that?
I see page 19. Yes, sir.
You see where it reads gas detection equipment?
Yes, sir.
It reads here, there are 2 common instrument types that can be used to conduct atmospheric testing prior to confined space entry. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that there were 2?
Can you re-ask your question?
Were you aware that there were 2?
To what, sir?
Can you see this? All right.
Yes, sir.
4.2 gas detection equipment. There are 2 common instrument types. Do you see that?
Yes.
Were you aware there were 2?
I was aware that there were a couple of different types. Yes.
All right, that can be used to conduct atmospheric testing prior to confined space entry.
Yes, sir.
And what were the 2 that you were aware of?
I couldn't tell you what the 2 different types were. I knew that there were 2 separate types of detection equipment.
It reads here, a direct reading instrument. That's a Ventus Pro. That's what you talked about in your confined space entry safety talk, right?
I don't recall what I talked about in the presentation that you showed me earlier.
Well, you know what a Ventus Pro is, right?
Yes, I've heard that here.
And you know what it looks like.
I don't know which one is which.
All right. And gas detector tubes, which are used for toxins that can't be detected by the Ventus sensors. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
So if you've got something like styrene in a semi-truck tank and the Ventus Pro won't test it, according to the Trimac requirements under 4.2, what is the tank entrant required to do?
I don't know what the Ventus can't detect.
I didn't ask you what the Ventus can or cannot detect. Read my question back, please, Madam Court Reporter. Listen carefully, Mr. Hagler.
So if you've got something like styrene in a semi-truck tank, and the Ventus Pro, according to the Trimac requirements under 4.2, what is the tank entrant required to do? Sorry, that was,
It's all right.
I don't know.
Look, can you, is this, let me make this bigger.
Sorry, I need to shut this off. I've got a call coming in through my computer. I need to shut it off.
All right.
Okay, that's closed out. My apologies.
It's all right. Can you see that now?
Yes, sir. And I need you to ask the question again. I'm not quite understanding what I need to answer.
Would you read it back, please, Madam Court Reporter?
okay, it's a little choppy. So if you've got something like styrene in a semi-truck tank, and that the Ventus Pro, I think it's not available, not something for testing. According to the Trimac requirements under 4.2, what is the tank entrant required to do?
I don't know.
Well, doesn't it tell you right here what the entrant is required to do?
In the scenario that you're describing, I don't see how that is reflected in the policy that I'm reading, this particular section.
All right, you see where it reads 4.2 gas detection equipment?
Yes, sir.
You know what a gas is?
Yes, sir.
A vapor?
Yes, sir.
No, toxic chemicals have vapors, gases.
I know some can.
And you wanted to detect the gases, the vapors before you go into a confined space with those toxic chemical vapors, right?
Yes, that's what we're testing, sir. Yes.
Well, you're required to test for that under federal law.
Object to form.
You may answer.
I don't understand what you're asking me, sir.
I want you to listen to my question. Can you hear my question?
I can hear you. I don't understand the question, sir.
Would you read back my last question, please, Madam Court Reporter?
You are required to test for that under federal law.
I'm sorry, I don't hear a question. I just hear a statement, sir.
If I'm asking you, it's a question. Would you read it back again, please, Madam Court Reporter?
You are required to test for that under federal law.
I'm certainly happy to answer your questions. I just don't hear a question there. If you could rephrase it, I'll be happy to answer your question.
No, sir. Add a question mark to the end of it and answer it.
Objection.
Read it back, please, Madam Court Reporter.
You are required to test for that under federal law.
I don't know.
All right. You know what a gas is?
Yes, sir.
What is a gas?
Vapor.
All right. And what is detection equipment?
I don't know.
You don't know what detection equipment is?
In the manner that you're asking me, no, I don't.
Well, in the manner that that you graduated from high school, what is it?
Objection form. Rossetti.
If I hear the term detection equipment, I think that that means some type of machinery designed to detect something.
Right. It's equipment to detect something, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And if it says gas, see that three-letter word in the beginning? Gas, where it precedes detection equipment.
Yes,
What is
sir.
that detection equipment designed to detect?
This section is specifically talking about gas.
Right. Well, the question didn't have anything to do with a section. We're going to walk through it slowly because of your obstinance. All right.
Objection.
I'm talking right now about the heading gas detection equipment. Right. And you see that gas detection equipment?
Yes, sir.
That's detection equipment that detects what?
Gas.
All right. Now, there are two common instrument types that can be used to conduct atmospheric testing prior to confined space entry. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
So according to Trimac requirements, how many instrument types are there to detect gas in a confined space?
There are two mentioned in this policy under 4.2.
Yes, sir. And it goes on to read, you see the second, this whole 4.2, the first paragraph is just two sentences. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And it reads a direct reading instrument, i.e., do you know what that means?
Yes, sir.
What does it mean?
For example,
No, that's e.g. What does i.e. mean?
then I don't know.
All right, it means that is to say. That is to say Ventus Pro. So the direct reading instrument is the Ventus Pro. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And gas detector tubes. So those are the two types listed in the requirements at Trimac, right?
Yes, sir.
And it says the gas detector tubes, the second of the two types, are used for toxins that can't be detected by the Ventus sensors. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
So if the Ventus sensor doesn't detect it, then you have to use a gas tube, right?
Yes, sir.
So my question, you remember the question that started this about styrene?
No, sir.
All right, I'm going to ask it again. If you have a man that needs to test a confined space, a tank trailer for styrene, and a Ventus Pro won't do it, according to the Trimac requirements, what is he to use?
Object to the form, Sessions.
I don't know specifically that the Ventus Pro won't detect styrene.
I didn't ask you that. I know that. And if you don't, that's troubling, but a Ventus Pro will not detect for styrene. Were you not aware of that before today?
I don't know what the Ventus Pro doesn't detect.
I didn't ask you that question. Were you not aware before today that a Ventus Pro will not detect styrene?
No,
All right. So you're sending men into semi-truck tanks that haul styrene, among other toxic and cancer-causing chemicals, without testing for it first, right?
Object to
Object to the
form.
form.
You may answer.
I don't know.
You don't know whether you're doing that or not.
I don't know.
Does that concern you?
We have tank cleaning experts
Sir, I want
on
to
our
answer
team.
my question. Objection moved to strike is non-responsive. I want an answer to my question.
Can you ask your question again, sir?
Would you read it back, please, Madam Court Reporter?
Does that concern you?
No, because we have other talented team members here at Trimac.
All right, let's look at the second paragraph of 4.2. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
These are the requirements for an entrant or would-be entrant, right? Before you go in that tank trailer, right?
The second paragraph?
All of it.
Yes, sir.
And the second paragraph of 4.2 reads, prior to using detector tubes. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
See that colorful, that little colored picture over there on the right with those detector tubes?
Yes, sir.
Prior to using detector tubes, little picture on the right, use the Ventus to determine if desired readings are found within the confined space. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
The Ventus Pro is down there below the detector tube, right?
I don't know exactly what that is below that picture.
That's the same thing you used in your talk, only yours was black instead of orange. Do you remember that?
I don't remember everything from my presentation.
Your presentation was 57 minutes long. You don't remember whether you talked about a Ventus Pro?
I don't remember, no.
All right, we'll get back to that. It reads, once confirmed, proceed to use the tube to detect the gases in question, right?
Can you ask that again?
Can you, I just ask you, do you see the second sentence of the second paragraph?
I do.
It reads, once confirmed. Remember,
Mhm.
we were just talking about
Yes,
prior
sir.
to using detector tubes, use a Ventus to determine if desired readings are found within the confined space. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And you understand what that means, right?
No,
Okay. You don't remember giving a talk about that?
I don't remember giving a talk specifically about transitioning from Ventus Pro to detector tubes.
right? Well, right now, I'm just talking about the first sentence. Prior to using detector tubes, use the ventus to determine if desired readings are found within the confined space. You remember talking about using the Ventus Pro? You said you attach a straw or tube, you called it a straw to the end of it. Do you remember any of that?
I don't remember my presentation.
Okay. Well, do you know as you sit here today how Ventus Pro works?
I do know that a straw is connected to test the atmosphere.
Okay. Connected to what?
The Ventus Pro, exactly where it's connected or how it's connected, I do not know.
All right. And then once you connect the straw to the Ventus Pro, what do?
I don't know.
I mean, when you gave that talk, you were talking to professionals about how to do this safely, right?
I don't know who was listening, but yes, presumably there were safety professionals in our industry on that presentation. Yes.
Right. And the safety professionals, I mean, as a presenter, don't you want to, if you got safety professionals relying on what you're telling them, don't you want to know what you're talking about?
Yes.
You don't want to be responsible for somebody, getting cancer or dying, without testing for the chemical that was last contained in the container, right?
Object to form,
You may have,
presented, and sessions.
I don't want anybody to get cancer.
right, or to die, doing their job with, going in these truck tanks, right?
Correct. I don't want anybody to be hurt or killed
Right.
in our facility.
And it reads here, once confirmed, proceed to use the tube to detect the gases in question. And if you've got styrene, for instance, or, we could name any of them, then, and the Ventus Pro doesn't detect for it. And even though you don't, as you sit here, you don't know that, and you testified you didn't even know that when you gave your talk, it doesn't. It doesn't. That's
Object,
why the detection tubes are here. Do you see that?
object to form,
I do see the detection tubes. Yes.
So you wouldn't want to send them into a tank that was hauling styrene without testing to see how much styrene was left in the thing, right?
object to form, Rossetti.
I don't know. This is getting into specifics that I can't speak to.
Well, who can speak to them?
Ken Cooper would be our subject matter expert on tank cleaning and confined space entry.
Ken Cooper?
Yes, sir.
Ken Cooper didn't even graduate from undergrad. He's your expert, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Objection,
He only has one semester of undergrad and he's your expert on this chemical exposure?
objection,
You may answer.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Ken Cooper lied about his educational background and he's your expert? on
object
the-
to object to form,
You may answer.
Joanne Rossetti.
I don't know anything about Ken Cooper lying about educational background.
You want to see his deposition transcript?
No, sir.
All right. You see here where it reads Ventus Pro, and the reason this is important is because I think you were talking about lying versus willingly lying. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Because it's different if somebody sends somebody into a truck tank they think is safe, even though it's potentially deadly, right?
I don't understand your question.
Sure, let me do a better job. If someone sends somebody into a dangerous tank trailer, and they know it's dangerous and they tell the entrant that it's safe, that's wrong, right?
Yes, sir.
That's a crime.
Objective form.
You may answer.
I don't know.
Well,
That would be
endanger
wrong
someone like that.
personally.
What?
I said, I don't know about the definition of a crime, but that would be wrong personally.
All right. Whereas if you believed it was safe and you sent somebody in there, then you were mistaken, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So if, and Ken Cooper's read this, right? He's your subject matter expert. So he's read your confined space entry manual, right?
Yes, sir.
And you can see where anyone who read this knew that the Ventus Pro, and if that doesn't detect for these chemicals, that the requirement here is you use a gas detection tube, right?
Objective form.
You may answer.
That's what it says here in this policy.
That's the requirement. Right?
That is a requirement in this policy.
Yes, sir. Now we move on down to the Ventus Pro. You see where it says only detect specific gases for which sensors are installed.
Yes, sir.
So if there's no sensor in there for styrene, for instance, it's not going to test for it, right?
I don't know what it can detect and what it cannot detect.
Well,
This
I
tells
do.
me that there are some things that it cannot detect.
That's right. And if the Ventus Pro cannot detect for it, and that's what that tank trailer was hauling, then you have to use a gas detector tube, right?
Yes.
All right. And it reads here, gas detector tubes detect specific gases only, e.g. styrene. You understand the question, Mr. Hagler?
No, sir. I didn't know that there was a question.
Madam Court Reporter, do you remember the last, did he answer the last question? Okay.
No, we did not.
Do you mind reading that back for him?
The last question was all right, and it reads here, gas detector tubes detect specific gases only, e.g. styrene.
Is that right?
I don't see e.g. styrene in this policy.
Okay, let's back up. Gas detector tube, you know what a gas detector tube now is now, right?
I still don't know exactly how it works or exactly what it is, but we've been talking about it for a while.
Yes, sir. And I didn't ask you how it works. Did you understood the question? I didn't ask how it worked, right? I said, you know what a gas detector tube is, right?
I don't know what a gas detector tube is.
It detects specific gases only.
Okay.
Okay. Gentlemen, I'm gonna have to take a short men's room break. All right.
5 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. All right. Madam Court Reporter, do you mind reading back whatever we did last.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I didn't ask you how it works. You understand the question. I didn't ask how it worked, right? I said, you know what a gas detector tube is, right? That was the last question.
Is that, can you answer that question?
Yes,
Okay, what's the answer?
based on our conversation, I have a sense of what a gas detection tube is.
Right. It detects the specific gas, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the same thing, I mean, I don't, I know, what an iPhone will do, but I can't tell you how it works in there. Do you understand? That's not my question. How a gas detection tube detects whatever gas it's engineered and manufactured to test, right? That's not the question.
Okay.
Okay. Next page, respiratory protection equipment. You know what respiratory protection equipment is? This is for the record, exhibit 2 to your deposition, page 20.
Yes, sir.
What is respiratory protection equipment?
Respirators.
Yes, sir. And you recall, you're in these documents. Do you recall OSHA sanctioning both Trimac Fairburn and Trimac Atlanta for I'll just read it for you. Trimac was sanctioned at both Fairburn and Atlanta. And you signed off, well, several pages, but this is June 4th, 2021. For violations under 1910, 134E1, 29 CFR 1910.134E1. The employer did not provide a medical evaluation to determine the employee's ability to use a respirator before the employee was fit tested or required to use the respirator in the workplace. Do you remember that?
I do recall that. Yes, sir.
And you also signed this document, did you not?
I don't remember. I'd have to see it.
Well, that's actually a little down the line, but we'll come back to this document. But you don't recall signing OSHA sanctions for Trimac Atlanta and Fairburn?
No,
Okay.
don't recall.
Wash rack and shop on or about December 18, 2020. Wash rack employees are exposed to respiratory hazards. Can you hear me? All right.
Yes, sir.
Exposed to respiratory hazards and that they have not had a medical evaluation when required to use a half-face respirator. You remember any of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you remember that Trimac, Fairburn, and Atlanta were both sanctioned for that?
I don't know what sanction means. I do remember that we were cited by OSHA. Yes.
Well, you're also fined over $50,000 by OSHA. Do you remember that?
I do know we were fined. I do not recall the amount.
Okay. You agree that's a sanction? A fine is a sanction.
I don't know exactly what a sanction is.
All right. Both Trimac Atlanta and Trimac Fairburn were also sanctioned for violation of 1910-134F1, 29 CFR 1910-134F1. The employer did not ensure that employees are required to use a tight-fitting face piece respirator, pass the appropriate qualitative fit test, QLFT, or quantitative fit test, QNFT. Were you aware of that?
I don't recall that specific violation. Again, I'd have to see the document.
Are you aware that lawyers for Trimac filed documents that said Demetrius Phillips had been fit tested when that was false?
Object to form. And I said it's irrelevant.
You may answer.
No, sir, I'm not aware.
You were not aware of that?
No, sir.
Were you aware that Ken Cooper also testified falsely that these men were fit tested?
Object to form.
You may answer.
I can't speak to Mr. Cooper's testimony.
Do you know how often you're required to be fit tested under federal law?
No, sir.
You don't have any idea?
I don't want to make a guess, sir.
You don't, you have no idea of that.
I have an estimate, but I don't have the regulation here in front of me, sir.
Juan, what's your estimate? Are you reading something?
No, sir.
What is your estimate?
Annually.
All right. Federal law is at least annually, right?
I don't know.
All right. Wash Rack and Shop owner about December 18, 2020, Wash Rack employees were exposed to respiratory hazards and that they were required to wear half-face respirators and were not fit tested. You signed off on that too, right?
I don't recall signing off. Again, I'd have to see the document.
(1910-151C), 29 CFR 1910-151C. Employees were exposed to injurious corrosive materials, suitable facilities for quick drinking or flushing of the eyes and body were not provided in the work area for immediate emergency use. Trimac was sanctioned for that as well, right?
There was a cough or a throat clear in the middle of it. And could you repeat that, please?
Sure. 1910.151C, 29 CFR.1910.151C. Employees were exposed to injurious corrosive materials, suitable facilities for which drenching or flushing of the eyes and body were not provided within the work area for immediate emergency use. You signed off on that as well, right?
I don't recall signing off. I do remember that violation.
All right. Trimac was sanctioned for that violation, fined for that violation at both the Atlanta and Fairburn facilities.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Bay 3 and the Wash Rack owner about December 18, 2020, employees were exposed to corrosive hazards and that they were using corrosive chemical vats containing but not limited to caustic and latex stripper with the eye wash station approximately 30 feet from the operation and not in the immediate area. Remember, they were also fined for that.
Yes, sir.
And you also signed off on that.
Again, I don't recall signing the document.
All right. You recall being present for those investigations?
I wasn't present physically.
Well, how would you have been present other than physically?
I spoke with the OSHA investigator, and I also spoke with folks who were gathering documents while the investigation was occurring.
All right. At the bottom of page 20, you see where it reads respiratory protection equipment?
Yes, sir.
Under B, protect the worker from residual atmospheric hazards within a cleaned and purged space. You see that?
Yes, sir.
So you were talking earlier about spaces, you said they were clean, so you don't have to have a tank entry permit and you don't have to test the atmosphere. You agree that those were incorrect statements now, right?
Object to form.
You may answer.
I don't recall that's exactly what I said.
You agree that if that's what you said, those were incorrect statements, right?
No, sir.
Is it still your testimony that you don't need a tank entry permit to enter a semi truck tank?
No, sir.
So it's your testimony that you do need a tank entry permit to enter a semi truck tank.
It depends on the hazards in the tank, sir.
All right. And tell me what it depends on.
If there are hazards present.
I think we already went through, that's not what's in the Trimac requirements here. It says you've got to have a tank entry permit. You've got to test atmosphere, right? Didn't we just go through this?
I thought you were talking about the OSHA requirements, sir.
Well, OSHA requires that as well. Are you saying OSHA does not require it?
I don't have the citation right here in front of me, but
Yes. But if you're suggesting OSHA does not require that, I'd like a citation.
I don't have a citation. I'm just stating that if there are no hazards,
That you don't have to have a tank entry permit or test atmosphere of a confined space, including a truck tank, right?
I'm only talking about the permit. I never said you didn't have to test it.
Okay. So you agree you have to test it, but you don't have to have a permit? Is that your testimony?
If there are no hazards present, it'd be a non-permitted entry.
So you first test it to determine whether you have to complete a tank entry permit?
No, sir. And we're getting mixed up between the OSHA requirements and the policy.
Well,
You test,
I want to get that cleared up. We're talking about, you call them tank trailers, is that right? Semi truck tank, same thing, right? That's what I want to talk about right now.
trailers, yes, sir.
Okay. A tank trailer, is that right?
Yes, sir. I know what that is.
Well, what do you call them?
A trailer.
I thought it said tank trailer in your presentation.
It could have.
All right. We're talking about a tank trailer. That's a confined space, right?
It could be a confined space.
Okay. I want you to cite for me any law, any statute, any textbook, treatise, anything in the history of the solar system that says a semi truck tank is not a confined space. Go.
Object to form. Rossetti.
Anything.
I don't have a citation to give you.
Okay.
I don't know the definition in my head.
All right. And so you agree you have to test a semi truck tank before you go in, right? Test atmosphere, right?
Yes, sir.
You have to test atmosphere for the oxygen, carbon dioxide, explosive limits, and whatever chemical was last in there, right?
I don't know everything that you have to test for.
Well, but you have to test for those things.
I don't know.
Well, all right, let's take it from the top. I'm gonna go back to what's been previously marked as page 7. You see that?
I don't see page 7.
One point three, authorized entrance. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
We went through this earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
Entrants may only enter confined space after all requirements of this program, specific entry or rescue procedures are met. You see that?
The part that you just read, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, here it says the responsibilities of the entrant are. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
It says the responsibilities of the entrant are, doesn't say kinda, maybe, sorta. It says are, right? Responsibilities.
Object to form, Rossetti.
You may answer.
Yes, sir.
And if we flip on down, this is now at the top of page 8. You see G, test the atmosphere inside the confined space prior to entry and record the results on the entry permit. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
That's one of the requirements before you go in a semi-truck tank, right?
Yes, sir.
Next one, H, complete the confined space entry permit. That is also a requirement, right?
Yes, sir.
See the next one, I, use a properly functioning gas detection monitor while inside of a confined space, also a requirement, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, any question now about whether those are requirements before you enter a semi-truck tank?
No, sir.
Okay. And I move on to page 12. Still exhibit 2 to your deposition. Atmospheric testing, do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Atmospheric testing, reference section 3.3, atmospheric testing frequency using calibrated direct reading instrument must be conducted prior to confined space entry. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And we saw that that is a Venice Pro is an atmospheric testing device, right?
Yes, sir.
And if we go on down to page 13, same section, we're now in item B. This is now page 13 of exhibit 2 of your deposition. Confined space entry manual requirements. Direct reading instruments are limited to the sensor types installed for detection of other hazardous substances. Then appropriate gas detector tubes must be used, right?
Yes, sir.
Remember going over the tubes part?
Yes, sir.
And you agree that if the Venice Pro won't detect a gas, then you have to use a gas detector tube for that gas, right?
Yes, sir.
And then 2.6.5, that same page later, entry permit, you see A, do you remember that one? Entry permit shall be completed in full, reviewed inside by the entry supervisor prior to confined space entry. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And you agree that's a requirement, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, moving on back now where we just were, the devices, the gas detection equipment referred to here. There are 2 types. Remember that? The Venice Pro and the gas detector tubes.
Yes, sir.
And for the record, we're on page 19. And gas detection equipment, use the Venice Pro. If the Venice Pro doesn't detect a gas, use a gas detector tube to detect specific gases only, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're moving on to page 21. There we are. You see here where it reads at the top, note confined space entries are not permitted in IDLH environments, regardless of RPE. Do you know what RPE means?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know what IDLH environments are?
No, sir.
IDLH is a phrase that's used by the CDC, by NIOSH, by IARC. Do you know what NIOSH is?
I know that it's an organization. I don't know what the acronym stands for.
John, do you know what the CDC is?
Sorry, I've got a phone call ringing in. Let me hang up.
Take your time. If you need to take it, take it.
No.
All right.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Madam Court Reporter, you just give me the last couple words, please.
You know what the CDC is?
Yes, I do know what the CDC is.
Centers for Disease Control, right?
Yes, sir.
And IARC,
No, sir.
it's an International Association for Cancer Research. The R and the C are flipped because it's a French organization. NIOSH is an arm of the CDC that deals with chemical exposure, chemical safety. Are you familiar with those organizations?
With
What?
OSHA and NIOSH?
OSHA, NIOSH, CDC, IARC.
I am with OSHA, NIOSH, and the CDC. I am not with the IARC.
That's fine. Well, IDLH is an acronym that's used by all of those organizations, and it stands for immediate danger to life or health. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And there are all these SDSs, you've read some of these SDSs, right?
I've read SDSs. I don't
Yes,
know when
sir.
you say these, what SDSs you're mentioning.
Any SDSs.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And those SDSs are also required to have the IDLH, right?
I don't know.
Okay. So IDLH, what that tells us is that if you've got whatever the specific chemical is, let's say it's styrene, and whatever the immediate danger to life and health is, if it's at or above that, you cannot enter it. Are you aware of that before today?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, that's federal law. And you're not going to, without knowing if it's, for instance, styrene, what the permitted environment is, you can't go in there, right?
Can you clarify the question? I didn't quite understand.
Sure. If you've got if a semi truck tank was hauling a chemical, before you can send somebody in there, I don't care how clean does not equal safe. I don't care how clean you think it is, you can't go in there without testing it, right?
Object to form.
You may answer.
Yes, you have to test it.
That's right. You have to test the atmosphere, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And what your Trimac policies require, that if you've got a confined space entries and you don't test it, so you don't know what that IDLH environment is, then you cannot enter. Doesn't matter how thick your mask is, right?
Object to
Because
form.
RP is respiratory protection.
Object to form.
You may answer. Here, let's do this.
Again, I don't fully understand the question.
All right, let's go back to, now for the record, we're exhibit 2, bottom of page 20, top of 21. I'm really talking about this note though, at the top of page 21.
Okay.
Confined space. We know what we're confined space with. That's the semi truck tank, the tank trailer, right?
Yes, sir.
And confined space entry. So entry into that tank trailer, entries are not permitted in an immediate danger to life and health environment. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And it doesn't matter about the RPE, the respiratory protection, if you've got an IDLH environment, right?
Yes, sir.
And because you can't know how many parts per million styrene or whatever other chemical is in there, you can't do a sniff test, right? We've already talked about that, right?
Object to form.
I don't know.
Well, I think, are you going to tell me how many parts per million of a chemical is in an atmosphere by smelling it?
No, sir.
Right. And that's why the rule is this, that you have to test it. I mean, I think you just agreed, right? You got to test before you go in, right?
You do have to test. Exactly what you have to test, I don't know.
I understand. And the fit testing requirements, this is actually also right here in the policy, right? I mean, you don't have to go to OSHA to find it. It says fit testing is required annually for tight fitting respirators, including those connected to PAPR and SAR systems. Fit testing is not required for loose fitting PAPRs or SARs such as hoods or helmets, right?
Yes, sir.
And a hood or a helmet is not a mask, is not a respirator, right?
I don't know if there are helmets that can double as a respirator. That might be the case.
Well, I don't see anything here about doubling. Show me where doubling. I mean, this is talking about a hood or a helmet. There's a difference in a helmet and a respirator, and the difference in a hood and a respirator, right?
Yes, but when you get into helmets, what I'm saying is I don't know if there are some helmets that combine a respirator inside the helmet.
Right. As the North American Director of Safety for Trimac Transportation, are you aware of any combo, what would you, hood, helmet, respirator? Well, no, you still have to test if it's a respirator. Fit testing is not required for a helmet or a hood. You know the difference in a helmet or a hood and a respirator, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's the difference in a helmet or a hood and a respirator?
Respirator is going to go around your face. It's going to be
Right.
tight fitting.
Right?
Helmet will be around your head. It may also be around your face as well. The hood will be some type of a cloth, and it's not going to be tight fitting around your face.
Right. Neither a helmet nor a hood will protect you from, well, provide respiratory protection against, for inhalation of toxic and carcinogenic chemicals, right?
I don't know.
All right, gentlemen, I think we've got a good bit left to do. Can you reconvene tomorrow, Mr. Hagler?
I can.
What's that?
Tomorrow's a federal holiday here.
Okay, so does that mean no or yes?
No, I can't tomorrow.
All right, when can you do it?
Monday?
That's fine with me.
Can I do it Monday?
Mr. Sessions?
Mike, was that a can or a can't?
I cannot do Monday and I cannot do Tuesday. No. Cannot do Wednesday. I can do Thursday, the 17th.
This coming Thursday?
Yeah.
Can you do that, Mr. Hagler?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr.
I'm-
Sessions,
I'm available.
Mr. Gettinger,
Mr. Gettinger, you're muted. We did not hear anything.
Sorry. I'm available. I just can't start before 10 a.m. Eastern.
I can't understand you, Matt.
I said, can you hear me?
Barely.
Okay. Here, let me try this.
That's better. That's better.
Oh, better. Okay. I can do Thursday. I just can't start before 10 a.m. Eastern.
Hold on, let me check. Hang on one second, guys.
Do we have an idea of how much time we've already spent on this deposition?
1:37. A little over 4.5.
Okay,
Oh.
2.5 remaining.
That was a very rough estimate. I don't,
10 o'clock. I could do that.
okay.
10
17
Eastern,
to 10.
10 May I, 10 Eastern on the 17th, 9 Central. Does that work for you, Lance?
Yes.
Sounds good.
Thank you, gentlemen. Be safe.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you.
Hagler. Thank you, Julia. Have a good night.
You too.
I'll take the dogs out.